Hello and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another Harfest Reflects or Harfest TV. I apologize. I keep saying the old name. Harfest TV. I'm your host, Harfest, and thank you for joining me this evening on this crazy evening. It's a late one in the UK because it's 11 o'clock at night, so it's a late one, but it's a Friday. It's a Friday, so we can get drunk and smashed. Yeah, it's about 6 o'clock in Eastern Standard Time, 7 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the Central. So it's mid-evening or early evening for you people in the Americas. It's late-ish for those in UK, and it's even later for those of you in Germany. I saw DC, sorry, say hello. It's funny, I don't actually see his comment here now. I believe it's Duwale, my good sir. I hope you are well, sir. For some weird reason, I saw your comment, but yep, said hi. DG, sorry, Duwale. Cheeky Chops and DG again said hi. And yet I only see Paul on the main screen. What is going on? What is indeed going on? So I may have to check the mobile text from time to time just to see what is happening, because certainly things are not good. But I hope all is well with you all. Actually, let's do a customary sound check. Although I did. My good sir, I hope you are well, sir. Oh yes. For some weird reason. Yep. It sounds good. Sounds good. Mic is on. Excuse me. I hope everybody likes the T-shirt. I'm a fan of Ronald, as you can tell from the double chin. I'm the fan of Ronald. So, what are we doing tonight, boys and girls? What are we doing, kids? We are we're going to try and cover a few things at the moment. The first thing we're gonna try and cover is the Canadian election. As we know, and as we have already observed, it seems the Western civilization is hell-bent on suicide. You guys just want to go down this road of just making sure that your entire civilization is essentially destroyed. I don't know why. I don't know why the entire Western civilization is hell-bent on destroying itself. But here we are. You guys are just on a rapid suicide mission to destroy Western civilization in every Anglosphere. Certainly, the Anglosphere is on a death mission, on a death march. And the Germans too. The West, just Western countries, Western Europeans and North American nations are just desperate to get rid of everything to do with their entire civilization. So yeah, Canada elected the Liberal Party yet again. Good luck, Canada. That'll be awesome. So you guys didn't have enough of 10, 12 years of Justin Trudeau. You were like, yes, please, let's have more of that shit. Because it was so awesome the first time round. Hello, Fun with Dirt, Paul Game, and Cheeky Chops. And I know DG was in the chat. I saw DG, but for some weird and unfathomable reason, I can't see DG's live. Sorry, DG's comment. I don't know why. But let us see if we can find our little stream. Here we are. And I can hopefully just see the chat there. Sorry, guys. Little housekeeping. Yeah, DG said hi twice, and I acknowledged DG. Thank you. But for some reason in the restream chat, it doesn't pop up. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know how. But for some reason, it doesn't want to know. Anyway, thank you guys for joining me. If you like the channel, please like the channel. And if you don't like the channel, then don't like the channel. But if you do, hit that like button because it helps with the algorithm. So, the Canadians went to the polls and said, yes, please. Trudeau did such a great job. Let's have Trudeau 2.0. Or was it the fact that they scared the crap out? I mean, I suppose the Canadians are still living a relatively good life. You see, I don't think, I think Canada actually did a very clever thing. Trudeau pretended to be virtue signaling. He virtue signaled on things that are pointless and hollow, like people instead of humankind, people kind, and all that bollocks. And we should have 50% of the cabinet, Canadian cabinet, to be women. All that bollocks. He virtue signaled on hollow things, but they actually very cleverly clamped down on immigration. And they clamped down on getting, having just unfettered immigration, and yet at the same time pretending that they are all about immigration. So, and about, migrants are welcome here, bollocks. But they really secretly clamped down on a lot of that. So I think Canada, or Trudeau certainly, was a very sly little snake. And he pulled off some very interesting tactics to look virtuous, and yet at the same time actually be very conservative when it comes to a lot of things. So Canada hasn't suffered the immigration levels as Europe and certainly United States. But of course, Europe and United States were geographically very differently positioned. I mean, really, with Canada, it's a geographical positioning which has given them so much opportunity to pretend to care about refugees, but yet still not have that many refugees, because in order to get to Canada, you either have to go through the United States, unless you can make it through the Russian belt, which not a lot of, North Africans and Sub-Saharan Africans and Syrians and Afghanis are going to exactly make the Russian trip to go through Siberia to come through Iceland into Canada. So since nobody's making that exact, there aren't much people traffickers from getting people through Russia and northern Russia and Iceland and what do you call it, the North Pole essentially into Canada. Since that's not a popular route, the only other route to get into Canada is through the United States. They would have to get into the United States, make their way all the way north of United States, and then through one of the northern Canadian US borders, Seattle, whatever, make it into Canada. So that is a daunting task for anyone. And so, apart from, I think, Haitians who probably try to make it into Quebec because they understand French, or they speak French, so they fit into Quebec probably a little bit easier. But other than that, there isn't a lot of immigration. The immigration levels of Canada is deceptive. It's very deceptive. People think that they're all open and all about immigration, all about diversity, but actually they're not. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. How are you? Or how are you? Miss Lieutenant, good to see you, Miss Lieutenant. Good to see everyone who has joined us now again. I don't know whether all the chats are coming through, but I think they are, because I've got, I can see it's not too bad. So let us see what Paul Joseph Watson said about the Canadian. My computer is frozen. Hey. Okay, let's play this bad boy.
Somalians to make sure the value of their Canadian boomers voting for Infinity Somalians to make sure the value of drop. Look at this graph. It's truly incredible. Out of everything, the cost of living, making housing affordable, making Canada a better place. Live. Boomers' #1 priority. Hating Donald. Can't get a job, I have no way to ever afford a house, and my government is importing millions of foreigners. We must stop this and make our country a better place to live. Canadian boomers. Donald Trump is a fascist. Boomers experience 10 years of Trudeau turmoil.
We like to say people kind.
Record inflation, a housing crisis. The country being deluged by third world migrants.
Since 2020, there has been a threefold increase in the migration of Indians to Canada, and they are now approaching the per million mark. This is what Toronto looks like now.
And then respond in unison with, yep, let's have some more of that, please. A migrant population of around 30% on the low end. Some say 45%. Over 1 million entering year on year. Native Canadians a minority in their own country by 2041. And they voted for more of the same. A decade of unadulterated woke madness under Trudeau.
Too woke? Hey.
They vote in a leader who has a they-them kid. Years of nightmare lockdowns, mask mandates, and mandatory vaxxers that turned their own population into enemies of the state.
This is not a peaceful protest.
And they go and vote for the same party that inflicted it all on them. Major European countries literally going dark because of net zero. And they vote in one of the leading proponents of it to run their...
It's a net zero.
They voted for Trudeau 2.0 because they didn't like Orange Man making fun of them. Their country's going to the dogs, their kids have no future. And boomers turn out in full force to empower the status quo because they're worried about Trump.
David, just to show the viewers how it differs, just click on there on baby boomers.
Okay, so now we're saying this is all respondents. This is just people who are boomers. What do they think is the top issue?
Canada-U.S. relations. So you see one of the reasons why older people are voting for the Liberal Party.
How boomers decide to vote. No immigration, save our country, low cost of living, affordable housing, wages increase, value of house goes up by 1%. Boomers. This won. Despite Trump suggesting Canadians should vote for the Conservatives, Pierre Poilievre desperately begged him to stay out of the election. As Ground News has...
All right, he then goes into his little shill for Ground News, but that's fine. I'm not interested in that because I don't use it. But wait a minute. Hold on. We're not going there yet. Hold on, Mr. Dankula. Now this is another channel I follow called Black Pigeon Speaks. Excellent channel. Back one of the old school Gamergate, if you like, anti-feminism kind of channels that came around. But also, these guys were essentially ahead of the curve. These are like 2013, 2012, 2013 kind of channels that shot up. He used to make amazingly beautiful graphics. Videos, just stunning, the stuff that he's done. But I think because the channel is heavily demonetized and censored now on YouTube, he doesn't put a lot of effort into the videos on YouTube. I don't know whether he makes videos on Rumble a bit more exciting, but he's still very good. So yeah, this is Black Pigeon Speaks take on Canada. He is a Canadian who used to live in Japan for a long time. I don't know whether he still lives in Japan, but his take on the elections is also fantastic.
I think who I voted for would be the best to take care of Trump, because Trump is, I'm sorry to say, an ass, and he shouldn't even be president of the United States. But because he is, we need a strong person so that we could stand strong.
Canadians voted, and Mark Carney's Liberal Party held on to power with another minority government after years of Trudeau's policies. High housing costs, stagnant wages, and endless and unrelenting immigration. So then Canadians chose Carney, a former Goldman Sachs banker, governor of the Bank of England, and a guy who advised and urged on Trudeau through his endless chaos.
Now, one thing I will say, the World Economic Forum has a unbelievably beautiful grip on Canada. Every politician in the last 13 years, I guess it will be like 12, 13 years with Carney, has been a 100% World Economic Forum shill. Even I think the conservative Pierre, whatever his name is, I think he is also a World Economic Forum shill. So these agents, they've got the World Economic Forum practically owns Canada. And again, even though every one of these guys say unrelenting immigration when it comes to Canada, it's, I think, deceptive. I don't actually think they have the kind of numbers that America used to get under Biden, that Europe gets still under basically every every political party that's elected in Europe. They just don't have those numbers. I don't think they have the numbers in the same level. That's why Canadians still vote for these liberal parties, because the Canadians still have it good. Life is still pretty good in Canada. Overall, life is still pretty good. I mean, I know they say, they can't afford houses, and it's true. Probably larger cities like Toronto or Vancouver or whatever has been priced out. But Canada is a massive country. It was, I think, up until Russia got some of the older territories or whatever. I mean, basically, Russia used to be the largest country in the world. Then after the breakup of Russia into all these subsequent parts, then Canada was the largest country in the world as far as land mass is concerned. I'm not entirely sure whether it still is, but it's a contention between Russia and Canada, essentially. So when it comes to land mass, these countries are unbelievably big. You can literally go out into the woods and disappear. I mean, you might get eaten by a grizzly or a Kodiak bear, but if you can survive the Kodiaks and the grizzlies, you can pretty much live in the woods away from humanity, just off the grid entirely. DG says, let me see if I shouldn't be reading these chats, but let me just see. Now I can chat. Salam alaikum, Hafez. Oh, hello. Yeah, you're now popping up. I don't know why. You weren't popping up before, but Hafez is E on your hat stands for England. Yes, it's mega. It's Make England Great Again. It's a mega hat, which I had made myself because this is dark mega. There wasn't a mega, actual dark mega hat, so I had to just have it made. I'll be honest, I'm not very happy with this one. It's a bit of a cheap hat. I thought the quality of the cap would be better, but it's actually quite a cheap quality. I just saw it on Amazon and ordered it from one of these guys where they can actually put bespoke names and things on your cap. But it didn't turn out so good. I don't like the look of the cap. The quality is low. Anyway, I digress. Is that if that is true, are Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland excluded? Well, people, when they refer to the United Kingdom, they say England. Everybody always uses the term England, but we all know it means the United Kingdom. Now, I could have gone Make UK Great Again. I guess Mukga. I'm not sure. Mega just sounds better. MAGA. It just fits. Mukga, make UK, make Great Britain great again. Make GBGA, Meg. I don't know. I just seen it and I've done it. Okay, get off my back. Anyway, yeah. So Canada doesn't really have the kind of immigration levels that we think they do. But anyway, here we are.
Put simply, same globalist playbook, shinier suit. At the same time, during the Canadian election, US President Donald Trump repeatedly suggested Canada join the US as the 51st state, which obviously and significantly influenced the campaign. On election day, Trump posted on Truth Social urging Canadians to vote for a candidate who would best facilitate this merger, claiming it would halve taxes, boost military power, and quadruple business growth in sectors like cars and energy. He described the US-Canada border as artificial and Canada as a beautiful landmass. Throughout the campaign, Trump's threats of annexation and economic pressure through tariffs framed Canada's sovereignty as a key issue, which boosted the faux nationalism that the Trudeau government had almost completely stamped out, thus boosting support for Mark Carney's Liberal Party, which won the election, while the Conservative Party, led by Pierre Poilievre, lost ground and even his seat, partly due to his precedent with Trump-style populism. Sorry for the brief interruption.
Okay, so he's now going to shill some of his stuff. Everybody's shilling, everybody's selling. Hey man, it's capitalism, baby. Capitalism.
Canada is not doing well. Housing prices have soared with Toronto and Vancouver out of reach for most.
Yeah, but you see, this is the thing. Toronto and Vancouver. But Quebec is still pretty accessible. There's plenty probably there, and there's like a Edmonton and all these other places which are probably extremely available and cheap, because there are like outback places in Canada that you can literally go in the middle of nowhere. But of course, nobody wants to live in the middle of nowhere. Everybody wants to live in Vancouver or in Toronto, these major cities. It's like, you're a person who likes to live in London or New York, and then you have to suddenly go in the middle of nowhere in Texas or some outback place, I don't know, in Ohio or somewhere. You just don't want to live in these. A lot of these city folks, they don't want to live out in the middle of nowhere where they can't have Uber Eats or. Sorry, I keep slipping. It just keeps slipping. I gotta figure this one out. Yeah, so not everybody wants to live out in the middle of nowhere. Essentially, they want to live in the cities. So they're all essentially funneling into these one places, and you wonder why you have such high house prices, because it's demand, it's supply and demand, baby. Now in England, it's not in the same way. The reason people in England can complain about unaffordable house pricing is because average house price is £400,000, and yet the average wage is, I think, I don't know, like £28,000. It's completely out of sync, and average house prices in London is even more. It's like £500,000 for a 2-bedroom house, dude. There are memes now that used to say, I used to believe $1 million house or £1 million house used to get me this, and there's just like a picture of a giant mansion with swimming pools, but actually £1 million gets you a 3-bedroom house now. A place where actually I saw a video about this. I've got to see if I can find it. There was a guy who was saying a 1.5 million pound house in Fulham is a place where it's a shithole that a postman used to live in 1945. In 1945, a postman would live in a shithole like that. Now it's a £1.5 million house where you have to be a high flying what's it called, a financial advisor or some kind of broker or whatever in London to get the same shitty house. But it's still the same shitty house. It hasn't improved. The house is, because you're not paying for the house, you're paying for the location. So that piece of shit house that a postman used to live in 1945 or 50 is the same shitty house that you have to now pay £1.5 million for, because location. So that's how it is. That's how it is, man. But the problem is in England, because of the fact that it's so small and we don't have a lot of space, everywhere is expensive. There is virtually nowhere you can. I mean, there are some, I guess, as a Cornwall or places really out of the way. I don't know. I think there's places like Blackpool. I've heard Blackpool is like cheap and affordable. But Blackpool is an absolute shithole. Nobody wants to live in Blackpool. It's a nightmare shithole. You get stabbed outside your front door. So no wonder nobody wants to live there. No wonder the house prices are low, because nobody fucking wants to live in Blackpool. I'm sorry, Blackpool, but it's kind of the truth, right? You guys are on board with that. You know how much of a shithole Blackpool is. Nobody wants to live in Blackpool. But anyway. Yeah, let's keep going.
Labeled a productivity crisis by economists. Immigration levels are breaking the country, which even was admitted by the former Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, who himself created the destruction being wrought upon the country currently. For my part, and I will be honest, I used to make excuses. I blamed organizations like the media and big tech, or believed that the system was rigged for urban elites. But the truth's much uglier and now undeniable.
Hello again, folks. Now,
too many Canadians are either wedded to their self-image of being better than Americans, or are simply ignorant. Boomers glued to the CBC, trembling at Trump's 51st state taunts, convinced them that Carney was their savior and the savior of the formerly Great White North. Every candidate and party was pitching the same scam: endless immigration, condos for foreign investors, while locals can't even afford a one-bedroom apartment. Carney's promises: build 500,000 homes in 10 years, cap temporary workers, and also, of course, throw $150 million at the CBC. All of the very few thinking people that still exist in Canada, well, they understand the real plan. Flood the market with cheap labor, screw the working and what's left of the middle class, and then plunder the nation. Carney's not here to fix Canada. He's Trudeau 2.0, polished and ready to sell the country out like the good WEF minion that he is. And it's not just Canada. Many believe that the entirety of the West has entered into a suicide pact and are now all in a race to the bottom. Also, many have finally come to see that democracy is a sham, finally. Plato, the great philosopher, for his part, did warn us about handing power over to the mob. And when that mob, the Canadian mob that is made up of half boomers who think Carney's saving the nation from the diabolical supervillain Trump, and many of the newcomers are voting for their cousins and their cousins and their cousins to join them in Canada, what do you get? A country where Alberta votes conservative, wall to wall, but gets stuck with liberal rule because 3 cities, Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal, call the shots. And as the dust settles, what do we get? Well, yet is muttering secession, fed up with being ignored. Some are fleeing to Poland or Japan or anywhere but the sinking ship that is Canada. Others say voting's done, the system's rigged, and the only way out is collapse or American annexation. Everyone with a singular wit saw this coming. COVID exposed the sheep-like nature of Canadians with 85% vaxxed, no questions asked. And Trudeau, glorious, wonderful Trudeau, well, he won 3 elections on dude weed and his luxuriant hair. The trucker protests did spark some hope, but this election was the test, and the country failed that test hard. Canadians, with their grandiose sense of moral superiority over their southern neighbors, was just more important to them than even attempting to fix the dumpster fire that the country has become. And in reality, Mark Carney's minority government is fragile, relying on smaller parties to pass any laws. Trump's 25% tariffs are hitting hard. Canadian businesses are struggling, and that cute Buy Canadian hashtag, yeah, that's not saving anyone. Some analysts suggest Trump's 51st state pitch, lower taxes, no tariffs, U.S. protection, could start appealing to Canadians feeling the economic pinch, and thus Canada could stumble the post-national state right into the arms of Uncle Sam. I don't know if it's despair or clarity, but I'm done believing in next time. Canada has long ceased being a nation. It's an economic zone, and more importantly, it's a warning to the rest of the Western world. Canadians' future is being chosen for them by bankers, bureaucrats, and the former governor of the Bank of England, as well as a mob that is too scared or too clueless to even attempt to vote for a government that aligns with their own self-interests. I would say wake up, Canada, or don't, but don't say you didn't see it coming. Perhaps it's too late already, so you might as well enjoy your slumber before the nightmare that Canadians have been sleepwalking toward finally catches up with them. So what do you think? Did Trump troll Canadians into unwittingly choosing leadership that will so damage the country as to make joining the U.S. inevitable? Tell me what you think in the comment section below.
All right. Okay, so that's that's Black Pigeon Speaks and his opinion on Canada, which is very well put. I'll be honest, that's the reason I played it, because I might as well just play someone who's actually clever and actually made a great video than for me to just try to sort of compile my own thoughts. Although I have some bits to chime in regards again. I think a little bit of the immigration thing is a little bit exaggerated. There is this fear mongering about unaffordable housing. I think again it's not because Canada is unaffordable to live in Canada. It's the fact that you can't. Nobody wants to go out and live out in the sticks. They want to live in Vancouver. They want to live in Toronto, and at the minimum, if they can speak French well, Quebec. Although Quebec isn't one of the best sort of places either. I've heard positives and negatives. Although it sounds like Quebec, at least during the COVID period, were one of the most based places. They were a bit more aware of all of this, and they were a bit more based about immigration too. But other than that, the rest of Canada, it's probably you're going to get eaten by some Kodiak or some grizzly bear, or torn apart by some mountain lion. So most people just don't want to go out and live off grid or out in the wilderness. I mean, a friend of mine comes from he's English, born and bred, but his father comes from Canada in Edmonton, and I saw a documentary once about Edmonton. It is unbelievably cold. Unbelievably cold. There was some sort of snow shower thing that they had one time, which was so bad, where the temperature was so cold at the lower levels that when the snow would fall, it would instantly freeze anything it touched. So it started to freeze on all the power lines, and the weight of the ice, essentially what the snow would become, pulled down power lines. So they lost power, so they couldn't even heat the places. People got caught out in this snowstorm. One of them, the poor guy, had hypothermia and gangrene developed on his back or his foot or whatever, had to be cut off. Insane stuff. Insanely cold shit. Nobody wants to live in Edmonton. It's okay, Lieutenant. Do your thing, my dear. I love you. And hello, lawyer chick. I like lawyer chick. Actually, lawyer chick, let me give you an admin. I trust you. You are a trustworthy person. Can I do it? Oh, shit. I don't know. I can't seem to do it. Oh, bollocks. Bollocks. Why can't I actually give my... the banks each... because I'm on a different account, I do apologize, lawyer chick. I can't actually give you a mod right now. Maybe on the phone. Let me see if I can do it on the phone. But welcome. Welcome, Lawyer Chic. Hope all is well with you, my dear Lawyer Chic. Lawyer Chick, by the way, for those of you who don't know Lawyer Chick is a wonderful attorney that lives in the United States. I met her on this loser called Barnabas. God, this guy is just deplorable. I love Barnabas. It's a joke. I love him. He is lovable. Yeah, Barnabas is a great guy. But yeah, I met. These are all the people from the Chaotic Truth channel. So I got to give full credit to Chaotic Truth. These are all the people, all the single ladies, these are all the ladies and gentlemen from my connections through the CT channels. Lose a friend in common. Barnabas is awesome. Never put down Barnabas. Let me just see if I can actually give you a mod through through this. So yeah, so there is Mr. Donald J. Trump. Now we're going to play Donald Trump's interview, a short clip of the full interview with Glenn Beck on Blaze TV. But anyone who has any opinions on the Canadians and their election choices, please feel free. Anyone want to put their 2 cents in? Oh yes, thank you, my lovely Miss Lieutenant. Lieutenant is so talented and skillful. Look at that. She made this whole little text with the call and the telephone and the thing. I just stuck the stupid link in, just like that. First, do you know any hot Canadian chick celebrity? Look, dude, Diwali, I'm old, my good sir. The hottest Canadian chick that I know is like Sandra Bullock. That's how old I am. And I think she's actually younger than me. Actually, no, I think she's older than me. But yeah, that's like the hot Canadians that I know of. I don't know any young Canadians. I don't know much about Canada. Canada is not a place I know a lot about. Now, let me see if I can. Oh, I can. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. Do it. Do it to me, baby. Do it. Do it. Let me see if I can actually add myself as a proper admin. I don't know. Why is it I'm not able to give remove as moderator. Okay, I removed myself as a moderator. I shall add as a moderator, managing moderator. Okay, I've added myself as a moderator again. Sorry, guys, I'm messing around here. I'm messing around, but I just want to see if I can actually make people moderators. No, it looks like only Hafiz can add people as moderators. Everyone else has to just do their thing. I gotta go into the settings and see what's what. Ain't Canadian election similar to with UK? Yeah, they have a parliamentary system. So yeah, that's why Justin Trudeau, got elected 3 times. If it was America, if it was like the American system, he would only get 2 terms. I actually think this parliamentary system is actually worse because essentially, if you actually think about it, a Donald Trump under a parliamentary system could be elected for decades to come, whilst under the American system he can only be president twice, and he's out. So if you actually think about it, if you had the parliamentary system in America instead of the system they have with the presidency, Donald Trump could be leader of the party for years and years. But then again, they could technically kick you out at any time. Your own parliament could kick you out at any time. So although yes, you could essentially be elected forever till the day you die, but at the same time you don't have a fixed term. Your party has a fixed term limit. You don't. And backstage, oh hello. Okay, let's see. We got people. We have a people. Let's see. Hello, my dear lieutenant. How are you?
Can you hear me all right then? Yeah.
I can hear you fine. I can hear you beautifully. I'm not entirely sure if everyone else can hear you. Let me just quickly check.
All the single ladies. Because I'm using a different device. I've not used this one before.
Yes.
And I'm echoing.
No, it's yes.
Hello, my dear lieutenant. How are you?
Okay, hold on. Yes.
How are you?
Yes. You can.
How
How are you? I don't know how does he say. He says it in this weird way, doesn't he?
It's because of that. So it's how are you?
There you go. How are ya? He's trying to be all slang and stuff.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, you're with me with this Trump thing. Do you want to actually watch?
Talking about it, let's watch it.
Yeah. This is an interview with Glenn Beck. This is actually a short.
I'm still echoing. I don't know what to do.
Are you echoing? Wait a minute. Are you echoing on the main chat then? Hold on. Who's saying that? She's echoing.
Everything else.
Yes, she's echoing. Of course you're going to be echoing because I'm sharing my screen. If I get off the screen, if I stop the screen share, then you won't echo. But unfortunately, whilst you are, I'm sharing the screen, you're going to echo. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's watch this thing, and then I'll stop it, and then we'll go into just chat mode, and you will not echo.
Okay.
Chance to become really amazing. And that's with me, whether we like it or not. Hate to put that on my shoulders, but that's what we have. Because we were ripped off by every country, I always say friend and foe. And honestly, the friend was oftentimes worse than the foe. Ripped off on trade, ripped off on the military too. Hey, Glenn, when I got involved, NATO, I wasn't a big expert in NATO, but I have a lot of common sense, and I figured it out in about 2 minutes. Nobody was paying. I mean, they weren't paying their bills. So we were defending Europe, and we were getting ripped off by Europe in trade. It was like massive. No country can sustain that. We were paying most of the bill for NATO.
Right.
And when I say most, I mean like in the 80s and 90% and maybe 100. And I got involved, and I said, you're going to have to pay your bills, or we're not going to be here for you any longer. And they said, well, does he really mean that? And they said, you mean if we don't pay the bill, you're not going to be here? Nope, I'll be gone.
Good for you.
And they said, And the Secretary General of NATO, Stoltenberg, good guy, said, he has done something that I've never witnessed before. Because Bush would come in, give a speech and leave. Obama would come in, give a speech and leave. Biden we don't even talk about because he followed me. He let it get out of control. But he said Trump came in, didn't give a speech, made a nice speech, but didn't care about it. What he cared about was the fact that nobody was paying. They weren't paying their bills. So we were ripped off. We were defending them, and they were killing us with the European Union, which was formed for the sole purpose of taking advantage of the United States. And I said, this isn't going to go on. So I'm not so popular in Europe because of what I've done, but in many ways I am popular. People don't want to see us fail.
If it wasn't for their press that is worse than ours, because most of it is state-run, I think you would be popular, because the people are in the same position.
They get it.
They get it. It's happening in their country, and I don't understand how...
It is happening over there. It's happening.
I just read a report that they said Sweden, the Netherlands, could be out by 2030. I talked to Liz Truss just a couple of weeks ago, and she said, Glenn, England is a failed state.
Yeah.
How are the...
She's been very nice. She's been saying good things about me. She got...
The shaft.
I think so. I mean, she basically said, I want to read...
Just quickly pause that. Now, failed state is a little bit excessive. Pakistan is a failed state. Afghanistan is a failed state. To say that Britain is a failed state is a little bit hyperbolic at best. But yes, we have huge problems in the United Kingdom, and it's just going to get worse at the current rate of the political landscape. But yeah, failed state. A little bit too much. Come on.
Reduce taxes, and they threw her out.
Yeah.
And she was right. I reduced taxes. It's one of the things that made us do so well.
Yeah.
Because we had the strongest economy in history during my first 4 years. My first 4 years was incredible. I think we're going to do even better now. But we have a chance to do something that's monumental, and I'm in the process of doing it right now.
But how do you negotiate with a group of elites who, honestly, they were for the Great Reset, the WEF Great Reset?
I don't have to negotiate. I'm talking to people out of respect, but I don't have to. So we're this giant store that people want to come in and buy from. We're the United States. We have the richest consumer, et cetera, right? But we're not going to be that way for long if we don't do something. But we're this giant store, and they all want to come in and they want to take our product. But to take our product, they're going to have to pay. And we'll either make a deal with them or we'll just set a price, because some countries are worse than others. Some countries have ripped us off really badly. And
Okay, let me just quickly put a pin in that section. He's saying America is a giant store that everybody wants to buy from. It's the other way around. America is the giant consumer that everybody's trying to sell to. China isn't buying from America. China is selling to America. All the goods that are being manufactured in China are going into America. America is a consumer economy. It's not a producer economy. So you're not a giant store that everybody wants to buy from. You're a crowd, giant crowd that everybody's trying to sell to. You guys are the people at the at the auction that are well, no, not even at the auction. That doesn't even make sense. You guys are like a music festival. You're like Glastonbury, where a person everybody wants to set up a little store to sell to the party goers, to the people who come to the festival. You are the people that you are the basket of people that people want to sell to. I mean, when it comes to buying things from America, it's not as much. I mean, there isn't as much goods that people want to buy American goods. It's everybody's trying to sell to America. Certainly China is, and everyone else, because you're a massive consumer economy, because you were one of the richest for the very long time in the world, and your population or middle class population was very large, and so you had people who had disposable incomes. That is not going to be the case for very long, because people are going to tighten up their belts. They can't afford to buy. They don't have as much disposable income as they used to, and so you will not be the consumer market that may shift. There's a good chance it will shift to China, because China has got a massive up and coming middle class that are consuming, who are traveling, who are the tourism actually, the tourist companies, the tourism companies are selling to the Chinese middle class to get them to come travel to Europe, travel to America, travel to South America. All the hotels, all of these things are selling to the Chinese middle class to try to, to tap into that middle class market, which is growing very fast and very strong. So America is the place where people sell to. It's not the place they go to buy stuff from. It's a bit, I don't know, it seems a bit backwards, though, his analogy.
And some countries have just ripped us off a little bit, but almost all of them have ripped us off because we've had really poor leadership. And what's going to happen is we're going to negotiate we are negotiating. We're negotiating with 70 different countries. We're negotiating, we're showing great respect. But in the end, we may make deals, but either that or I just set a price. I said, here's what you're going to pay for the privilege of servicing the United States of America. And they have an option. They can maybe talk to me a little bit, or they can not shop. They don't have to shop at this big store, or they can shop.
Right.
But in any event, they're going to have to pay. Look, we owe $36 trillion for a reason. The reason is the trade, and also the endless wars, the stupid wars that we fought. We go into the Middle East, we blow it up, we leave, we don't get anything. And you're a big fan of exactly what I'm saying, meaning let's not do the stupid stuff.
Doesn't work.
It's stupid. Endless wars that they don't even want us. We got into wars, they didn't even want us. So all of that stuff. When I left 4 years ago, we had no wars. We had no Israel and Hamas. And by the way, it would have never happened because Iran. I had sanctions that were so strong in Iran. They were totally broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah. We didn't have Russia, Ukraine. That would have never happened, by the way. We didn't have the Afghanistan embarrassment, one of the greatest embarrassments in the history of our country. We didn't have any inflation.
I know.
Don't forget, I charged China hundreds of billions worth of tariffs. They talk about inflation. We had no inflation. Because that doesn't cause inflation. Stupidity causes inflation. High energy caused inflation. When they took over my energy, we were making it like nobody's ever seen. And then the prices doubled. By the way, because of that, Putin went in. If they kept, you see what's going on with energy now, it's going down.
Yeah.
It makes it much harder for Putin to prosecute the war. So we have a lot of great things on the horizon.
One of your spokespeople came out today and said that you're tired, getting fatigued with Zelensky. I think he treated you poorly in the Oval, myself. He's kind of a punk. But is he the problem?
You said it.
Yeah. Is he the problem? Is Putin the problem? Or is Europe the problem?
So look, Russia's a very big military force. And without Ukraine, and I'm the one that supplied the javelins to them, so, I did a lot for them because the tanks got stuck in the mud, and then they.
Okay. Sorry. Let me just quickly address that as well. This Ukraine situation. I don't know whether Trump wants to admit it or whether he knows. The fact is that America themselves created this situation. America, with Europe, fully supported, created this scenario in which it forced Putin's hand to do what he did. They pushed Putin to a corner. They backed him to a corner. They promised Russia back in the 90s, for those of you who know or don't know, which I'm sure you do, they promised Russia that NATO would never move 1 inch east of Europe. That means Ukraine will never be part of NATO. Now they're talking about bringing Ukraine into NATO, and they have been for a long time. And they wanted to. They've been pushing this for a very long time. If they'd kept their promises that they made to people like Gorbachev and I think it was I forgot another one after Gorbachev, the next president of Russia, Putin wouldn't do what he did. If you look at the interview Putin did with Tucker Carlson, some people slam Tucker Carlson for this and that, but Putin himself said we were trying to become part of NATO. We were applying for NATO membership because we wanted to come into the fold of this world order, and you rejected us. You didn't let us do that. The State Department, the U.S. State Department, didn't allow for Russia to become part. If you made Russia part of your NATO, you wouldn't have any of this problem. Why? Why would the United States reject Russia's membership to NATO? Literally, you would have these guys in your back pocket right now. You'd all be quote unquote friends and buddies. You'd have one of the most resource rich nations in the world with oil and gas and everything else, pumping it into Europe, bringing down energy prices. Right now, the United Kingdom has the highest energy prices in the world. We pay the most for energy in the world: water, gas, electricity. It's ridiculous. Why? Why are you? I mean, they are attempting to basically destroy any concept of wanting to live in the United Kingdom. There are millionaires literally pouring out of Britain now. Anyone who can afford it is leaving. Hell, millionaires, not even millionaires. Some people who earn like 100 grand a year, 50 grand a year, tens of thousands of year. They're trying to get the hell out. I know people who are just upper middle class, who are looking to move to Dubai, just to see what happens after this Labour sort of term is over, because people just don't want to, be fleeced by this government in this country, pay exorbitant taxes, ridiculous energy prices, and live in a shitty weather country that is just god awful half the time. So no, they don't want. People who can afford it are leaving, because why not? It's human nature. If people, I mean, I know it's great for the immigrant, because the immigrant comes from a shithole, living in absolute abject misery. So yeah, a Somali lifts up his situation. He's actually, leveling up when he comes to Britain. An Afghan or a Syrian or Iraqi and even Iranians are leveling up when they come to Europe or in America, or England, Britain. But British people are not leveling up living in Britain. They're not coming up anymore. For them, it's just a spiral downwards of taxes and misery. Unless you're on some kind of, if you're disabled or you're on some kind of benefit, you're a pensioner, being essentially on benefits is at the moment the best thing you can do. This is insane, but it's true. Working is for suckers. Working and paying these taxes is for stupid people. PAYE is the dumbest type of tax you can possibly be on. Everybody knows that. Everybody who has any level of sense. If you're on PAYE tax, you are an idiot. Yo. Dude, that's on PAYE tax. But yeah, it's stupid. Absolutely stupid. But the fact is that for what he's saying in regards to all of these this situation with Russia. Russia is done what you wanted him to do. Putin did the very thing you guys pushed him to do. The Europeans and the Americans did this. They wanted this. And now you got it. And you're complaining. And the fact is that Donald Trump pretends as if he didn't know about, like Putin, like the State Department didn't have anything. I mean, how can you actually? He's to me, this is lying through omission, through the fact that you're not admitting that it was the Americans who brought this on. The Russia-Ukraine would not have happened under Trump, because Trump would have tried to appease and somehow, pull back from this whole sort of nonsense of bringing Ukraine into NATO, and he is doing that right now. He's actually already made statements that Ukraine will never be part of NATO, because he knows that it's the State Department that and the Europeans that want to keep pushing for bringing Ukraine into NATO. So yes, you're now crawling that back, but the fact of the matter is, this didn't come out of nowhere. This wasn't some anomaly or some just crazed madman of Putin doing this. Your country, your CIA, your State Department, you did this, and now you have to walk it back, because you personally may not want this war, but the Europeans do, and so does your deep state. You're going to have to gut your own deep state in order to get rid of this. It's not the Europeans' fault. It's yourselves. Anyway, back, Lieutenant, let me stop sharing for a minute, and because I want to bring you in, and I know you're echoing. So let's see if we can just go to the two of us, and I'll share it again at a later time. Miss Lieutenant, are you with me? How are ya? No, I think Miss Lieutenant has stepped away for a minute. All in a day's work, innit? I do apologize. Miss Lieutenant. I thought you were. Okay, there you go. I do apologize,
I think
ma'am.
you muted me while.
Yeah, because
I think
we were
that's
echoing.
okay. I think you muted me while that video was shown.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I had to unmute you myself. I thought you could unmute yourself. So if I mute you, you can't unmute yourself.
Me.
Oh, I do.
That's
apologize.
right. I can only unmute myself if I've muted myself. It's the same in StreamYard as well. When you're the host or co-host, then you can mute people. If I'd muted myself, you wouldn't be able to unmute me.
Aha. But if I mute you, I have to unmute you. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, Miss Lieutenant, I do apologize.
You got the power.
I didn't realize.
That's okay.
I was so powerful.
Don't worry. So my main thing, what I enjoyed about what Trump said, because I understand your gripes, what I enjoyed that he said was no negotiating. That tells me with Trump, because he's a great negotiator, that tells me there's no need for a negotiation, which means he's just going to go in there, right? Facts and logic, rule of law. This is what's been happening. This is what shouldn't be happening. This is what's going to happen.
Is this with Russia, in regards to Russia, or the tariffs?
Well, I think all of it, like that he said that there'll be no negotiation.
Well, he said this was, I think, earlier on. This was the tariffs that he was talking about Europe. He said, ideally, I don't have to negotiate, because we're the shopping store and everybody wants to come in and buy from us, which is a bit of a weird, as I say, analogy, because it's not that everybody wants to come and buy from America. Everybody's trying to sell to America, because the American market is everybody's trying to tap into, because they're a large consumer market. So this idea of I'm a shopping center and everybody wants to come and buy from us, so I just do what I want to do, that doesn't actually make sense. Although, yes,
but
you can say...
he is turning that around, though, isn't he?
He is turning, sorry?
He is turning that around, though. Like, he's doing this all made in America, made in the USA again. Taking the manufacturers back from China.
Yes, that is, but that's not even, they're not even close to producing the kind of products and at the level that China is. I mean, this process of bringing manufacturing back to America is possibly several decade-long process. It's not even like a 5 or 10 year thing. It's because you got to literally build entire infrastructure, which they don't have. They never built because they were just so dependent on China and Taiwan. For example, they want to bring back chip processing, manufacturing back into America. So whatever chips that were being manufactured in Taiwan, they want to take it, because Taiwan is a very dangerous now. It's become a very dangerous location to keep such high level or such crucial, critical manufacturing there, because these chips, if China suddenly decides to bomb the living crap out of Taiwan, even if they don't even take over Taiwan, first of all, America will get involved in that war. But even if Taiwanese people manage to repel China, they could devastate the entire country and destroy all the manufacturing plants. So suddenly chip manufacturing goes to zero for years. And all of, I mean, I don't know if you know, everything that electronic consumer goods that you use, the processors are manufactured, 99% of them are manufactured in Taiwan. There is some Intel plants in like Israel, but Israel is an unstable nation itself and has regular rocket fires and all the crazy things that are happening in Israel. So yeah, and the high end stuff isn't made in Israel. The really sophisticated NVIDIA stuff, the ones that they use in those NVIDIA graphics cards and various other high-end equipment, is still Taiwan. Taiwan's the only one that has the factories with the standards and the machinery to make these things, because we're now at the level of creating, essentially, we're making, it's quantum mechanics. It's on the level of quantum mechanics, is where the processor is incredibly sophisticated. No human, there's a purely machine, robotics that can do these things. No human being can make these processors anymore. It's only machines make machines, essentially, is where we're at. We're at that stage with the processors. Only machines can make these machines. And also we have to make larger machines to make the smaller machines that make the processors. So there's like levels of machines that can, you have to build. You have to build like this machine in order for that machine to be able to manufacture this machine, and then for this machine to be able to then manufacture the processor that they need. It's insane. We're at a very, very high level of processor manufacturing now, and only at the moment, as far as I know, only Taiwan has literally those plants. There isn't anywhere else. Because they put all their eggs in one basket. It's the most ridiculously stupid tactic ever, where they put themselves at a single point of failure. Taiwan, like they stuck all their eggs in one basket, and they didn't diversify this system, and that's what essentially Trump is trying to do. He's essentially recognized this is a dangerous situation. We have to take this sophisticated chip processing system out of Taiwan, or at least have a duplicate somewhere else, so that if China destroys that, we don't come to a standstill. It's become crazy. It's just it's because this is what happens when capitalism isn't checked properly. I'll be honest. I'm a fully 100% for capitalism, but capitalism has to have checks and balances. Has to have an authority figure in which it reels in the reins from time to time, because capitalists they're just obsessed with their own thing. They want to have monopoly over whatever it is. If I'm making toothpicks, I want to be the only one that makes toothpicks in the world. I don't want anyone else to make toothpicks, because I want to have the full monopoly on toothpicks. But the idea is that capitalism has a governing system which doesn't allow you to monopolize toothpicks, that other people can make toothpicks as well, and you have to compete with them. And that encourages and pushes everyone forward to make the best toothpicks ever. But if you don't have that, if you have a monopoly, then number one, it stifles progress, because only one company knows how to would make the toothpicks, and they decide whether they want to advance the toothpick industry or not, because they're the only game in town. And also, it's not capitalism. Then you become essentially a fascistic system. It's become corporatocracy. And unfortunately, that is what America has been for a long time. It's been a corporatocracy. A handful of companies really own most of everything. It's unbelievable. I actually had to do a research. I was working for some research company years ago, and I had to look into the Carlyle Group. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. The Carlyle Group Yeah, back in the Iraq War, it all came out, like Fahrenheit 9/11, Carlyle Group, Bechtel, Halliburton, all of that came out. The Carlyle Group owns unbelievable levels of industry, different industries.
Oh yes,
they've got fingers in every pie. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, you just took the words right out of my mouth. I was just going to say they've got their fingers in pretty much every pie, especially where it's like crucial to the infrastructure. They're quite high up in the food chain. I don't know if you will have seen them, these conspiracy theory maps of all the corporations, and you see this like hierarchy of corporations and companies. They're quite the way up there.
Yes.
Especially the Carlyle Group. When it comes down to military equipment and all this, they make a fortune, absolute fortune. It's unbelievable out of war.
Everything.
And all the despicable stuff that comes with that, the dark side of it, the rogue elements.
Well, I mean, that's just the military side. I'm talking consumer products. I'm talking your washing machine, washing powder, and detergents, and all sorts of things. I'm talking those sort of stuff. They own those companies too, or they have their fingers in all of those pies.
The likes of Procter and Gamble, which is absolutely massive. Like that's one of their fingernails.
Yes.
That's right.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. It's unbelievable. I mean, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think if you boil it down, maybe 5 to 10 companies pretty much own everything in the world. You can probably boil it down to like a handful of companies that literally own everything. And this is the problem with capitalism, because unchecked capitalism, that's what happens. It goes down that road. I mean, take Amazon, for example. Now, Amazon sounds on the surface a very lovely, entrepreneurial success story. This guy who started in a tiny office, started selling, books online and then DVDs and CDs, and suddenly became... But Amazon has some horrific, horrible practices, and not only to the fact that they did a documentary about their workers in their factories who literally have to piss in bottles because they don't get breaks, but not just that. Amazon has a grant system which was exposed some years back, where they would give grants to new innovations, so people who are inventing something, they've got like a novel thing that they've invented, they will give them grant money and have helped them develop this new product. Now, there was this microwave company who developed this really novel microwave. I forgot the exact details now. Anyway, Amazon gave them a grant. They got these guys to develop it, so they did, and they started selling it on Amazon. But what Amazon did was take their product, copy it, and make it into an Amazon basic product and undersell it at a loss to undermine the guys who invented it, and then eventually drive them out of business.
Yeah.
Like,
because if you're not in the if you're not in the club one way or another, we're going to make sure you don't get into the club.
Yeah, it's like
you can't run alongside us. It's just like that.
Because Amazon can afford to sell something at a loss for years without ever making money out of it, because they're like a god level. They've got a bottomless pit of money, so they can literally sell a product at a loss just to destroy you, the little guy, and then they monopolize that product. Essentially, they took that product from these poor guys who invented it and screwed them over, even though they were the ones who funded their research in order to make this product viable. So they essentially made these guys, helped these guys invent the product, then stole the product off them, and then destroyed them. It's I don't know if you've ever seen the movie The Founder of McDonald's. It's essentially that type of story. The guy who became the owner of the quote unquote McDonald's wasn't the founder. It was two brothers. But that son of a bitch, this guy came in, discovered their system, and over the movie, if you watch it, he destroyed them. He made it so that those poor brothers couldn't even use the word McDonald's, which was their surname. They couldn't even use it on their own shop, on their own store, the original store. They had to change the name.
I've not seen that film. My word!
Oh my god! You got to watch it. It's what's his name? The guy who played Batman, the first Batman back in the 80s, Michael Keaton. He's in it. A few other really good actors are in it. Really great film. It's a great film. Watch that film. Watch the film that this son of a bitch came out of nothing and stole these people. He stole their name. His name wasn't even. His name isn't MacDonald. His name was some other shit, some Polish name. And he stole the family name of these two brothers, who invented this, what they call the speedy burger system. Because back then, this is like in the 50s or something, it took forever to get it was like sitting in a restaurant. Essentially, there were no fast food. Everything was slow food. Everything was restaurant level food. Even if they had those, I don't know if you remember I mean, I've seen films of these where you sit in your car and they deliver the food to your car and you're sitting in your car and you eat it, but the girls are on like roller skates and stuff like that. You may have seen movies in the 70s and 80s like that. Well, it's like, that's how it was. That's how everything was. It took ages. It took like 30 minutes to get a burger and fries and Coke. But then these two brothers invented this super fast system to make sure everybody has the food. Boom, boom, boom. And this guy undermined them and stole their entire business model, everything, their name even, and created McDonald's. Now McDonald's now feeds something like 1% of the world population. That is massive. Out of 8 billion people, they feed 1% of the global population. So yeah, anyway, I'm digressing, but what I'm saying is, yes, there are capitalists. There are capitalists out there who are brutal, who are heartless, who have no shame when it comes to destroying other corporations, the little guys, in order to make sure that they have monopoly on things. That's where the government is supposed to be like a referee. The government's supposed to be the referee for this game of capitalism. They come in and they blow the whistle and say, no, that's a yellow card. You're messing around. You're not playing fair. And keep them in check, especially when it comes to actually construction. I mean, there are some people like Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin got badly humiliated on Joe Rogan once because he kept promoting like unfettered capitalism. Just leave me alone. Let me do whatever I want. I can do whatever I want. No, I don't want any government to interfere with anything ever. Government's just terrible. And Joe Rogan was like, no, you idiot. If government doesn't step in, there are nefarious building, developers that will not build their buildings to code, and the buildings collapse. They fall apart. People die. No, you can't just have no government. That's why government steps in and says, no, there are regulations. There are minimum standards you have to meet. Electricity, when it comes to safety of electrical items, when it comes to safety of gas, when it comes to building constructions. No, you got to meet these standards. You can't just build whatever the hell you want out of sticky back plastic, and have these buildings collapse in the tiniest little earthquake. They have to, if you're building it in an area which is earthquake susceptible to earthquakes, you have to have certain standards for that. Japan has huge, very high standards for building skyscrapers and stuff, because they have earthquakes all the time. So you can't just let everyone just do whatever you want. Yes, don't get me wrong. I'm pissed. I don't want the government to be scanning my tweets for hurty words and hurty things. That's ridiculous. That's where you get into North Korea and China and Iran sort of levels of monitoring. But the fact is, your governments will do that to you as a regular Joe, but they won't regulate those giant corporations that are doing all sorts of nefarious shit, because they're getting paid by those guys. Those are the guys who are their paymasters. So they fund their election campaigns. So they won't touch the people who are doing real harm to society, but they'll come after you for your tweets. They'll come after you for your Facebook posts.
The thing is, I think with capitalism, right, as long as we're all taking responsibility for our own actions, right, the government will work for us because the government will be doing what we instruct it to do, and they too will, there'll be all the checks and balances will be functioning. So in order to break all of that down for the ubermensch of capitalism to go full throttle in the pure sadist selfishness, which I mean, I suppose it's well, I know for a fact anyone's capable of getting on that train of thought, right, and getting out of control. But for it to work, yeah, there has to be checks and balances. Everything has to be working. So and when you've got well nourished, very well educated, and relatively loving, less dysfunctional people, community, right? No matter how big or small that is, whether it's a village, a town, a city, a country, and so on and so forth. When all of that's functioning, yeah, you always have your mistakes, but it typically works. And so this is where the ubermensch of capitalism, who, they're up there, have benefited from those who aren't as healthy, who typically sway towards socialism, ideologies, becoming ideologues, and then going full throttle. It snowballs into tyranny, like, say, for example, communism. It's one of those crises that you don't let go to waste when you're an ubermensch in the world of capitalism, right? When you're up there making your fortunes and you're on that trajectory, okay? So this is where they've benefited, in my opinion, from the tyrants of the world and letting that kind of get into their own society, not investing in solutions for where there is dysfunction, but instead continuing on the trajectory of, I want to make more, so I can focus on this bit over here, right? Which means they're neglecting that bit over there. They're not investing in that dysfunctional part. So to keep on with what they're focused on, they just need to keep on making more. So they'll bring in cheap labor, they'll outsource the manufacturing to slave labor type countries like China, and so on and so forth. So it's like, capitalism is not perfect, but it's the best one. It's the better of the two evils, so to speak. But we all have to be taking responsibility. Like, if with British standards, they used to be up there. Now, like, I look around, and I'm in the capital of my own country. I look around London. I'm in Westminster, and I'm thinking, what is this shit in my home? Do you know what I mean? Like restaurants and stuff. It's just disgusting compared to what it used to be, say, 20, 30 years ago. So just tiny little things like consumers not complaining where they need to complain. And turning against each other, the breakdown of the family, the breakdown in education, the miseducation and all of that. It's slowly crept and it builds a momentum over the decades and it erodes everything that is good. So people end up in a state of, and I see it all the time and I hear it online all the time, nihilism. People just give up.
Yeah. Yeah,
the tyrants win, whether they want to call themselves capitalists or communists or whatever. They all end up suiting each other. Eventually, they'll destroy themselves, but everyone else is getting hurt in the process.
But you see, again, it's this balancing act that you're constantly, like, you're essentially balancing on an end of a pin, trying to keep capitalism and the corporations from playing the game fairly, but at the same time, not slipping into communism and not slipping into authoritarianism where you're overstepping your mark. And unfortunately, given the human nature of greed, essentially, of both sides. Now, the greed that I'm talking about when it comes to greed of politicians is their greed of wanting to become more, ever more powerful, ever more authoritarian, and solidifying their position in their prospective system, in the sense that if he's a prime minister or a party in power, they want to keep winning those elections and want to continue being in power, so they will set up laws which will benefit themselves to stay in power, because politicians just crave, they just become not all, but some of them become incensed with power and staying elected. Basically, they become obsessed with elections. They become obsessed with being elected, not actually doing things to help the country. Their job is no longer, and this is the case in Britain, but it's certainly the case in America. Their job is no longer actually doing the thing that they were elected to do, but to just be re-elected. I mean, there's lots of stories that I've seen where they're talking about people who, you know, first went into Congress, they got elected for the first time. The politicians that were there in America, in the American Congress, literally the minute after they got elected, the day after, they're on the phones talking to their rich donors in order to set up the next campaign. They're campaigning for their next election pretty much from the day after they got elected.
Yeah.
It's like,
just
that's
to
all it
stay.
is. Yeah, it's just a cycle of campaigning for the next election. They're not actually doing, or what they're not there to do, or they're not focused on doing what they were supposed to do, to look after their constituents, to look after the constituents' interests and push for those things. No, they're just obsessed. It's just a cycle of, I need to be elected again. I need to be elected, so I need to go and talk to the money people. And of course, the money people are the ones who get first dibs on anything that they want, not the constituents. The constituents are just the sheeple that the money people will pay for advertising to get the sheeple to vote for this guy. They don't matter. It's the guys who are paying for this politician to be re-elected are the ones who get first dibs on everything. And in fact, they get sometimes the only dib. No one else even gets a look in, because these guys are just totally monopolized that particular politicians. I mean, there's so many politicians that are just paid and bought for. And by the way, that's in the United Kingdom as well. The friends of the conservative friends of blah blah blah. You know, they usually end up. They've got some sort of a lobbying group that sounds like that. The friends of, I don't know, the Labour's friends of smoke and tobacco or group or whatever. The famous one is obviously the friends of the Israeli friends of conservatives or whatever shit that they have then. But the Labour has the same lobbying group as well from Israel. But those were the first two that I always remember. But there's loads of them essentially. Any group that's named the Friends of Conservatives for X, they're just a lobbying group that pay your politicians, and they're buying your politicians. Yeah. Sorry, go on. You were going to say something.
Yeah. My focus on that, what you're saying there, because I agree. I think, you know, they're just on this runaway train of, I've got in, now I have to stay in. And I think what that boils down to, there could be a plethora of other things that are added on top of it along their journey, but I think it boils down to what's deemed as the molecule of more, even though it's not actually a molecule. Dopamine. Dopamine hits. You can imagine it, right? The pressure that you're in. You've got to look at the human condition. It's dead easy to do the whole us and them, and they're all psychopaths and we're all perfect. We're all human beings. We all get off on dopamine, and you know, it's insatiable, right? And when you've got that much pressure going on, you've got people in your ear, this side, that side, all over the place. You started off wanting to do the best thing for people, but of course you get compromised along the way. You know, you've got to sacrifice this, that, and the other to be able to achieve that over there and stuff. And so you end up like pretty messed up, right? And you're up there. And you've got to do something to keep you feeling good, to keep you feeling like okay, because otherwise, like, you're going to crack. It's inhuman, that position, when you think about it, right? Yeah. You've got the whole world's eyes on you, like, what the fuck, you know? So as a human being, I think there's a dopamine hit thing going on there, and it just obviously gets out of control. Look at the state of most of them, like the EU. Oh my gosh. It's supposed to be a trade deal, and there they are telling us what's going to happen with our military and stuff.
Yeah,
like,
that's how they sold it to us. It was supposed to be a trade bloc. It's just a group of people, a group of countries who were historically at war with each other for years and years, are now just in order to avoid. I think that was the idea. I believe after the Second World War that. Sorry, countries that are tied in trade with each other rarely go to war with each other. So they figured, if we actually tie European nations together in a trading bloc, they'll never go to war with each other because they're dependent on each other. So they will always keep themselves from that stage of actually attacking each other, because Second World War was such a devastatingly bloody war, and it destroyed a lot of Europe. So yeah, I think that was from what I understand, that was the original idea. But of course, as with everything when it comes to politics and greedy individuals who want to stay in power, they keep expanding their reach. They keep, their tentacles get longer and longer, and they want to reach deeper and deeper into people's individual countries' affairs. Because again, it's just like capitalism, where a capitalist just wants their company to be more and more successful. Every year they want to have more and more. Like I haven't directly worked in sales for a very, very long time, but when I used to do some things like that, every year, if you meet your sales quota this year, next year it will be higher. And it's like, yeah, but we met the quota last year. Why don't we just meet it again this year? No. You have to now sell more of this thing. You can't just sell the same amount every year. No, every year you have to sell more than last year. But how is that sustainable? How can you sell more of? If I sell a pen to someone and that pen lasts them a couple of years, they don't want to buy a pen again next year. They're not going to want to buy 3. If the fact that they're not even going to want to buy 1 is a major thing, they're certainly not going to want to buy 2 or 3. How am I supposed to sell a pen to the same guy every year? And in fact, not only sell 1 pen to him, next year I have to sell 2 pens to the same guy. I just sold him a pen last year.
Yeah.
So this is what I mean. This is why
That's such a good point. Sorry, Dana, that's such a good point, because when it comes down to, like, say, technology and households, like white goods and stuff like that, no one can deny that they've noticed compared to 20 years ago, nothing lasts. Nothing is made to last.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Not even your
like
car, by the way.
machine,
Everything, your car,
yes,
every equipment that you buy has been made with built-in, what do they call it? Built-in, there's a term actually for it. Redundancy. They've got built-in redundancy, so it becomes redundant after a certain amount of time. Otherwise, you're never going to buy. I mean, admittedly, I had a washing machine. I just recently, 3-4 months ago, I changed my washing machine. But I had that washing machine for like 10 years almost, because it was perfectly fine. And I'll be honest, if I was in a bind when it broke, I probably could have sent it off and got it fixed, because I think it was like a belt or something at the back that just went. But washing machines are relatively cheap. So I just bought a brand new one, because why bother keeping a 10-year-old washing machine? I pretty much got my money's worth out of it. I'll be honest. Anything over 5 or 6 years, I feel I got my money's worth. I don't expect to get an infinite number of years. I mean, we're talking equipment that, for me at least, this washing machine that I bought cost me like 260 quid. The previous one was about the same. I don't spend like thousands of pounds on washing machines. I don't want a washing machine that also cooks my dinner and blows me. I just needed to wash my clothes. I that's all I need. I just need this one task.
Yeah, I always look out for those like couple of £100 off like deals. Do you know what I mean? You have to buy this before we throw it out. All right, now I'll have it.
Yeah. It's like end of line stuff.
Yeah,
go on.
I know that it's not. I know that it's not going to be made with my best interests at heart. Like, for me to buy a washing machine for it to last 20 years like they used to do, I know that it's designed to go or develop a fault rough on average around 5 years, right? So I think, right, you're going to do that to me. You're going to half at best the lifespan. Then I want the money to be half, don't I?
Exactly. I'm not gonna buy your top of the line stuff, because first of all, I don't need it. Second of all, I needed to wash the clothes. If it does that task at £200, then it's gonna do the same task at £1,000. I don't need the £1,000 one to do anything different. It's perfectly fine to do the task at £200. So yeah. I mean, admittedly, this one I bought. Which again, as I say, I looked it up on Amazon and just kept checking the price for quite a while until it came down a little bit. It's a washer dryer, although I don't really use the dry option that often. I don't like my clothes drying unnaturally in a washing machine, in a tumble dryer. I prefer air dry them. But it's there if I need something. You know what I mean? If it's the feature is there, so if I need a quick, I've got a shirt or something, I need to wash it and dry it real quick because I want to wear it that day or whatever. I can do that. I've got that like facility available to me. But I'm not a major I don't do washer dry. But that was it. That was the only added feature that I added to my decades of buying washing machines. The only time I added something a little bit extra was this washer dryer option. Otherwise, I don't care. I don't care. I put it in there. I put the detergent and the conditioner, whatever the hell else I need. It washes it. It comes out. I hang it to dry, and that's it. Those are the tasks. I don't need it to be internet connected. I don't need it to be a smart washing machine. I don't need any of that shit.
Isn't that ridiculous? It's ridiculous. Yeah. Everything's like smart connect everything to your phone. I'm like, why? I've got legs. I've got digits. I can press buttons, man.
Yeah.
Are they trying to disable us?
I mean, I don't even know the real use of an internet connected washing machine, because manually I have to go and put the shit in the washing machine myself. I can't. Yeah. It doesn't load it itself. I have to do that. So if I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna put all the stuff in the washing machine, put the detergent and the conditioner and all of that in the drawer and all that. Then I just press on. I don't need to do it from my phone from 100 miles away. I just press on there and then. It's not like I'm going to load the washing machine, go to work, and then start the washing machine when I'm a... Why would you do that?
You see, here's the thing. They've got a solution for this. Coincidentally, they've got a solution for this problem because, when you're 100 miles away from home and you're going to activate the washing machine, how's the detergent going to get in the drawer? Aha! We have robots.
Yeah, but if there was a washing machine that literally had little robotic arms and legs that come out and load itself and put all their shit in, that would be impressive. I would be impressed with that because I'd be like, I'll go on, I'll just set it to like wash my clothes, once every 2 days or whatever. Whenever the basket is full, just wash everything in there. Yeah, sure, great.
Yeah, you see, already you've just outsourced your abilities. Yeah, and it transpires. It becomes more and more and more until you're sitting there like a cabbage. What are you going to do? Everything's getting done for you by robots.
Because look, the fact is that if I had a robot or a washing machine robot that would actually take the clothes and do it, that would be convenient. That would be very convenient because I would get washing done on a more regular basis. This way, maybe sometimes I leave it too long and I don't, I have to now then wash like several piles of clothes in several sessions. Whilst that way it will just wash everything on a smaller scale every day or every couple of days. It would help. It would help. But the fact, exactly, it's first world fucking problems because I don't need it. But if it's there, it would be. But right now, these internet connected washing machines to me are just useless to me. Unless oh, sorry, go on.
Sorry, but that's the point, isn't it? It's so they can usher in all of that other stuff to get you asking for it because it's convenient. Exactly. But just like convenience foods, is it good for you? Nuh-uh.
Probably not. But what I mean is, at the only advantage to an internet washing machine that right now that I can think of is that it will notify you when the washing cycle is finished, which you would then have to, when you come home, that it's done, so you can just hang everything to dry. But I would know that when I come home. Either way, it's even if I'm 100 miles away and it tells me, oh, your washing cycle has now finished. There's nothing I can do until I get home.
Yeah.
I have to wait. And it has to sit in that washing machine until I get home. Then I will take them out. Or, I suppose there are a couple of nuanced moments you can do. If you have a washer dryer and the washing cycle is finished, you can say, okay, let's set it to dry cycle for a couple of hours until I get home so that the clothes are nice and toasty and dry when I get home. Maybe you can do that, but I can do that right now on this washing machine. I can just program it so that after the washing cycle is finished, it then slides into a dry cycle. So I don't have to check it. So yeah, it'll wash everything. Yeah. Once the washing is finished, it will then go into the next cycle, which is a dry cycle, which will tumble dry for like a couple of hours or some ridiculous amount. I mean, Diwali just said, DG, he says, I recently bought a new dishwasher. My wife says it talks to me. Congratulations. How much did you pay for the talking dishwasher? And do you really need a talking dishwasher?
Trying to get him to,
oh, no, wait a minute.
Trying to get him to talk to it, to use it.
Wait. Is he making a joke about his wife? Because some people say, I have a dishwasher. I married her 6 years ago. Is this that kind of a thing? I don't know. Is this actually a talking dishwasher, or is this just your wife?
That's a multi-pass joke, isn't it?
Exactly. Because I've heard people make these kind of jokes, do you have a dishwasher? Yes, I do. I married her several years ago. It's the most expensive dishwasher I've ever bought. Yeah. But I mean, I don't know.
Going back to what we were saying though, I think what crossed my mind there is having everything smart, being aware of this, that, and the other is done. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That takes you away from living now. Because if you're like me, you're going to see it on your phone, the laundry's done. And instead of continuing living now, because that information has come in, it's like, well, that's something I've got to go and sort out. So I'm not living now. I'm constantly chasing after tomorrow. And that takes you entirely out of your existence, really. And it takes you into a state of distress, anxiety, keeps you chemically imbalanced, and all the rest of you is so easily manipulated.
It takes you out of the moment, that moment that you're in, because there's actually a great book by Eckhart Tolle. He says it's called the power of now, and it's about being in the present, in that moment, rather than constantly worrying about the future or dwelling over mistakes made in the past. Just be in that moment. And these devices we have, they don't really let you be in the moment. They don't even let you enjoy the moment, because the amount of times I've seen people out at concerts or out in nice scenic places, and they are not looking at the world through their own eyes anymore. They're looking at it through a computer screen of their mobile phone, because they're recording fucking everything. Like, you don't need to record everything. Sometimes you can just look at things and remember it. As a moment. But very few people do that now. Everybody's watching the world through a screen on their phone, whilst the real thing is just in front of them. They just have to lower the phone and enjoy the thing that's in front of them. It's so ridiculous how people are just depend. I mean, the reason I say that is because I've noticed it on myself. I've been at events or places, and I'm recording it for either Instagram or YouTube or whatever, or sometimes just record certain things because it's good stock footage for use in videos. But I then catch myself. I'm like, dude, I'm at this concert or I'm at this beach, and I'm not even enjoying the beach. I'm looking at it through a computer screen, through a phone screen. It's like, just shut it off. Okay, record like a couple of minutes, shut it off, and now I'm in the moment. I'm in this moment. Yeah. And I enjoy this moment. I have to admit, because I'm not big on taking a lot of photos of places that I go to. My girlfriend right now she is just constantly, I mean, I've created an entire folder on my phone for her, because the amount of photos she makes me take, and it's just piling up in my main photos library, and I have to scroll through like 100 of her photos in order to get to something someone else sent me on WhatsApp. So I had to literally create an entire dedicated folder to funnel the shit into there, so that I don't, so it's not preoccupying all my photos. But she constantly wants us to take photos wherever we go, anywhere. If I'm eating, if I'm sleeping, if I'm walking, there has to be at least 10 photos of that thing. I'm like, I don't need that many photos of this event. This is not even that much. We're just walking in the park. I've done this many times.
It blows my mind when I'm in the company of people who are like that, because I just don't get it. I just think, well, hang on a minute. Aren't we supposed to be in each other's company? We can talk about this, that, and the other. We can laugh about anyone walking past, whatever. But that doesn't happen. It's let's take a selfie. It's let's stand over here and take a photo. And that's all at the time being
Once we
spent
just
is
took
put upon.
photos of breakfast. I'm not joking. We just took photos of breakfast, eggs,
I've never
and
seen food before.
bread and jam. I'm like, why do I need this? I don't need this shit. I know what jam looks like. Believe me, I got it all locked in my brain. It's firmly locked up there. I know exactly what bread and jam and honey looks like. Never need to take a photo of that. I've known it for years. Never felt a slight inkling of taking photos of honey and jam and tea. But apparently no. Apparently Instagram needs to know what I had for breakfast that day.
It's quite an experiment, isn't it, really? Like the internet and this new technology. It's only 20 years old. Phones, mobile phones, and then smartphones, all these apps and stuff, and people being addicted to taking these photos. I don't think it's a very healthy experiment that they're playing on us,
Yeah, look at this. Diwale says my Bosch internet connected dishwasher cost us almost 1,500 euros. My wife says it talks to her and reminds her when to wash dishes, to clean that bowl, bitch, to clean that bowl, bitch. That's what it says. Are you kidding me? It actually tells you when to wash. How do you know when to wash? How does it know when to wash the dishes? Unless you load the dishes in. How does it know if what dishes are dirty or not? It must be when you must load them after when a dish gets dirty, you load them into the dishwasher and then it just tells you, okay, it's time to wash these things now. Because some people load their dishwasher, but they don't wash the dishes for days. Because it's not full, they don't run a cycle like on a half-empty dishwasher. So I know some people who do that, who don't necessarily turn on the dishwasher every time they have a few dishes because it's like 2 or 3. Because sometimes you don't, I personally think dishwashers ultimately become redundant because unless you have a party of, or you have a household of like 7 or 8 people and they're just constantly making dishes, dirty dishes, and you've got a sink full of dishes all the time. Then if you're a couple or if you're a single person, why the fuck would you ever need a dishwasher? How many dishes do you actually make dirty as a single person? How many? I literally have the policy now, and this is something I learned from Bill Burr. It's called the 1 item policy. I keep 1 item out, 1 plate, 1 set of knife and forks and spoon, 1 set of cups, 1 cup or a couple of cups. I don't really just have 1, but it's just a handful of stuff. And if I dirty that plate, I cannot use another plate until I've washed this plate and knives and forks and whatever. So I am not allowed to use a second plate or a second set of knife and forks until I wash this first set. Now I can use it once I wash them, a different set, but this set has to be washed first, and it's the same with the next lot. So I will always wash the dishes that I've just used if I want to use another set of plates or another set of things. So I've kept myself in that cycle. So I've always got my dishes. My dishes are 90% of the time washed. Although yes, sometimes I do slip, as they say. But most of the time, I take pictures of the treasures I find and video. Yeah, but you see, fun with dirts. You take pictures and videos because you have a YouTube channel and you're literally making content for your YouTube channel. I get that, and I do that myself. Holidays, etc., etc. I'm talking about normal, mundane shit that nobody cares about. Nobody cares about your breakfast. I will promise you this. Instagram models, Instagram people who post shit all the time, I will promise you nobody cares about that hamburger you had at, I don't know, friggin' Gourmet Kitchen burger joint or some bollocks that you ate last Saturday. Nobody cares. Not even your family members. Not your mom, not your dad. Nobody cares. They love you, and they might humor you and say, "Oh, lovely picture. Where did you eat?" Your friends and shit. I know women do this kind of shit. They humor each other. "Oh, you're such a 10. You're such a." Women always say to other women, they're always fucking 10s, even though they know they're not fucking 10s. But they're always, "Oh, you're gorgeous. He doesn't deserve you." Bullshit. He in fact has you don't deserve him half the time. But anyway, I digress. What I am saying is that nobody cares about your food and your other mundane daily bollocks. People upload way too much of that shit and nobody cares. But if you're making content for your social media, and if it's actual content, then fine. You have a website, or you have a YouTube channel, Fun with Dirt, which is about finding things with metal detectors. That makes sense. If I take a picture of some ring or whatever you found in the dirt, that's your content. But if at the same time you take pictures of your ring that you found in some mud pile somewhere, but then take a picture of a Coke you just drank, that's ridiculous. Who needs to see the Coke? Sorry, I digress. But yeah, when we were talking about consumer goods, that's where we were. We had some interesting political shit, and now we're talking about Instagram photos. Consumer goods. Yes.
It all started because of the Uber mention capitalism. Oh my God! Look where
Uber capitals.
It's all
the
their
Uber
fault.
mensch of capitalism.
God damn it!
Yeah, the problem is, this is exactly it. They have to. There's a guy who I actually was trying to find a video of him because he was talking about like shitty houses in London that cost millions of pounds. His name is, if I can find him. Where is he? I just had him. Here we go. Roy. Is it Roy Sunderland? I don't know. Rory Sunderland. I don't know if you've ever seen his stuff. Let me see if I can actually load this bad boy and maybe we can play this clip. Because he talks about London.
Did you say Sutherland or Sunderland?
Sutherland. 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 It's got to be Sutherland, right?
Doesn't sound Rory.
If you see, I'm sure you would have seen him. I've seen this guy. I don't know whether he's an actor or just a spokesperson or speech person who gives a lot of different speeches, but I have definitely seen him.
That's mad. Something just happened on your computer.
Let me play
concentration went.
this little clip. Sorry, I was looking for the clip. Let me play this little thing. Let me see. Can we do it? Let's do it. Birds do it. Bees do it. Even educated fleas do it. Let's do it. Let's fall in love. Okay. Yep, there it is. Now it's you're gonna start echoing, Lieutenant. So just give me a sec. Let's get through this. It's 6 minutes. Let's see if we can get through this.
On the property ladder, what they do is they get behavioural thing, because property. I don't think, I don't think, because okay, let's look at the third one is property. The third one is property. I don't think, because okay, let's look at this behavioural thing. Okay. Nearly everybody who gets on the property ladder, what they do is they go, how much money can we scrape together? That's our deposit if we can manage it, okay? How much money can we borrow, okay? And then they look to the maximum amount they can borrow and scrape together, and they start looking for properties at that price. So as soon as interest rates go down, people are just going to start looking at £500,000 homes rather than £400,000 homes, which doesn't mean they get a better house because the £400,000 house now costs £500,000. Okay, it's just, in a market of scarcity, all you're doing when you drop interest rates is bidding up these asset prices. Okay, now. It seems fairly obvious that there should be some sort of tax on capitalism where you look at the extent to which if you work for Samsung, right? You look at the extent to which televisions have become both better and cheaper. It's a spectacular achievement. Go out and kind of casually, you know, in 19 pretty much, okay? Possibly even later than that. It's a miracle, right? Now, all the people have saved on fantastic televisions, on low-cost airlines, on all the innovations of capitalism has just got swallowed up by property prices.
Yeah.
All the gains from dual-income households basically ended up getting swallowed up by property prices.
Ridiculous, really.
Okay? And it's a bit like that half serious, half comment about the Indian economy, which is if GDP grows by 10%, the excess will just be spent on even bigger weddings. You know what I mean? I relayed that. It's not mine. Don't shoot the messenger, okay? But I relayed that to a friend of mine who was Indian. And he said, I've just got married, he said, and let me tell you, that's funny. Okay. But you know what I mean? You know, certain things.
Yeah.
You know, and in India, it's weddings. In England, it's housing, where the rules for spending are as much as we can.
Yeah,
now, if we all bought cars the way we bought houses, which is how much money can I get together, and then what's the most I can afford to borrow before I hit starvation, right? We'd all be driving around in Aston Martins, wouldn't we, right? Okay? But it's only, we don't do this with cars. We go, well, there's a trade-off between how much I drive, how much utility I'll get out of an Aston Martin. You know,
it is so
I only really use it to go to the shops. But nobody does that with housing because it's basically your one chance to get rich tax-free, so you bet.
Were you able to hear all of that so far? Because I got some weird blank thing going on. Lou?
No, it kept cutting. No, it kept cutting.
Oh, it just kept cutting out. Damn it! Let me go back a bit. Let's see, because my system is slowed to crazy right now. Okay, how about now? Let me play it.
If we all bought cars the way we bought houses, which is how much money can I get and what's the most I can afford to borrow before I hit starvation, right? We'd all be driving around in Aston Martins, wouldn't we, right? Okay? But it's only, we don't do this with cars. We go, well, there's a trade-off between how much I drive, how much utility I'll get out of an Aston Martin. You know,
it is so
I only really use it to go to the shops. But nobody does that with housing because as Marx would say, its investment value now dwarfs its use value.
Yeah.
And so we just see it as, it's basically your one chance to get rich tax-free. So you bet the farm on that. And now, young people, bit of advice to your younger listeners, right? One of the solutions.
Listen up, folks. Listen up.
Okay, listen up, young people. Okay, there is a solution. Okay, which is for young people to make suburbia cool.
Oh no.
Okay, because at the moment, it's really fashionable to live in Shoreditch. I'm never quite sure. When I go to I'm 56. Half of me goes, this is really, really cool. God, look at the artisan coffee places. And half of me is going, it's a bit of a shithole. Why can't they clear up that graffiti? You know. But if you could make Bromley cool, okay, you could actually, you could solve. Because what I always say to my younger, my younger staff, okay, well, actually, now you've only got to commute in 2 days a week, right? You could actually get a pretty nice flat in Sevenoaks. Okay, 2-bedroom flat in Sevenoaks. The last time I looked, you could get one for the high 200,000s. Okay.
Yeah.
Now in London you had to pay twice as much as that for Dennis Nielsen's old flat, for God's sake, right? And that had a bloody serial killer living in it. Now, right, so it did. There was a lovely estate agent's note, by the way, when it came up for sale. It said, prospective buyers are advised to research the history of the property, which I thought, okay, right, I thought was a nice way of wording it, okay? Anyway, but you could, actually, one of my questions I'm asking at the moment is this assumption among all economists, all futurologists, that the future is urbanization, the future is agglomeration, the future is high-density housing, high-rise housing. Has kind of Zoom and the pandemic kind of proved that as an unsafe assumption?
Absolutely.
Because, okay, it used to be, well, the trouble is you move out to Brighton, you spend half your bloody disposable income on a season ticket. Well, if you're only going to travel in 2 days a week, and one of those 2 trips you can do on an off-peak train, not quite the same problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you're getting 5 days by the seaside in exchange for 2 days of commute, when you used to be getting 2 days by the seaside in exchange for 5 days of commute.
It makes total sense. It's just fascinating how quickly the world is changing, right? And politics, as you said, is just clearly struggling.
I mean, Goldman Sachs wants everybody back in the office, but then if you look at banking, about 40% of investment is in commercial real estate.
Yeah.
So, surprise, surprise, they're quite keen for the office.
I do wonder how people will react to that. I mean, I saw the announcement by Apple as well, saying they wanted their staff to come in 4 days a week, I believe, and obviously they kind of set
to work in that enormous donut.
Yeah.
You have to say, by the way, that an enormous donut on 2 stories is about the least practical form of office design you could have, wouldn't it? Because you want to go and see somebody in a different department. It's like a 2-mile walk.
Yeah, it's good for your health. No,
I suppose, yeah, you can walk, you can cut across.
Close your Apple rings as well.
Yeah, true. Oh, that's true. You can close your rings. Yeah.
A point on society, because I do wonder.
Okay, let me stop the old sharing, for it is going to cause the echoes. I don't understand why it does the echo thing. It's ridiculous. Okay, I'll be perfectly honest, Miss Lieutenant, I didn't actually find the clip. That wasn't the clip that I was after. There was another clip that I was after, which I don't know where I saw it. But it was about this guy, he was just explaining how you're buying a property in Fulham, which is 1.5 million pounds now, and you have to be like a guy who earns like 150, 60 grand a year in order to get it, and you're spending like 40% of your income on it. And it's a house that a postman lived in 1942, and it was a shit house. It was a mediocre shit property back then, and a postman, even begrudgingly lived in it. And now you're buying that same shithole for 1.5 million because it's in Fulham.
Yeah. It's horrendous in London, and I think the gig's rigged, to be honest with you. Supply and demand is a way of pushing the prices up. Okay, so when you've got an influx of people who there's no property for them to live in, that pushes the price up because the banksters, they'll rig like the interest rates and stuff like that, and then you've got the landlords and the property owners wanting to make a profit. Okay, so it ups the price, and they see way more interest than used to be because of immigration, right? Unfettered immigration. So they say, oh, there's plenty of competition that can happen, and they keep, they up the price, and it keeps going up. It snowballs, and it's no good for the people of this land who they want to get on the property ladder at a relatively young age. Like people in their 40s are still living with their parents because of this problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They have to be, because they just simply can't afford to move out anymore. And I mean, what I've noticed, it's Restream. I think it's Restream running through my browser is causing a little bit of issues. No, I'm not running OBS. I'm just running it straight through the browser. I'm just live streaming straight through Restream. I'm not doing it through anything else. It's just my machine's been on all day. And it's been pretty hot now. Usually when the weather gets hot, my machine has heat issues, and that slows everything else down. And now I'm running this. Anyway, long story, boring. But my main thing, what I wanted to say was, I've noticed a lot of people, they're just simply, young people, or not even young people, I'm talking like, a Zoomer, a Gen Xer, who's unable to buy their own house. They didn't buy it earlier on. They're just waiting for their parents to die, and they just take over the parents' house now. That's their only shot at getting on the property ladder, just to wait for the parents to die, essentially, and just take over the house and just live in the house, because there's no other way. There's no other way that they can ever get on the property ladder. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I'm looking for that particular video that I thought I'd saved. The property market sucks, but it's not. It's not the one. Let me see, maybe it... Yeah, no, this television thing. It's it was I don't know, I think it was Instagram, maybe. I gotta look at Instagram. But I saw it I saw it on one of these videos of him, this guy that we just played, who was talking about the fact that you're not really buying better quality property. You're just buying location, because that location is now so expensive. And this is the thing about Canada, and everybody's talking about property prices everywhere, really, because there's one really great line from the movie Superman, the first one, I think it was, where Lex Luthor said, land, they just don't make new ones anymore. You know what I mean? They're just not making any new ones. So he was, because his whole thing was about making, taking California, throwing a nuclear bomb into that fault line which California sits on, and having it basically essentially fall into the sea. And then he's bought this useless desert land behind California, which at that time would cost nothing, or no, it was very cheap. But he's bought all that land up in order to destroy California and then become the new California, become Lex Luthorville. And that was his diabolical plan, which Superman thwarted. But essentially that's what it is. Land is the only commodity that has ever been valuable ever. It's because you just can't make any more of it. It's whatever it is you have. But it's, I don't know. I guess it's land near resources is what everybody covets. Because if you have land that's just in the middle of the desert, I'm sure the Sahara, there's loads of places available. I'm sure even if you go to Egypt and say, can I just have a couple of acres of this desert here? They're like, yeah, go ahead, knock yourself out.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a shit about in the Sahara, because nobody wants to live in the Sahara. So I suppose it's places where people want to be. I don't know. I'd be perfectly honest. I am not a fan of people. I just need to make sure that I can get some kind of delivery system of goods and services that I need for a location that is so far away from people that it isn't around people. I'm just done. I'm done with these Londoners. I'm done with Sadiq Khan. I'm done with all their bullshit, their taxes. You heard about Blackwell Tunnel, right? You know about the recent thing that happened with Blackwell Tunnel?
No.
The toll charges. Blackwell Tunnel is now a toll charge tunnel. You have to pay £4 each way each time you go through it during peak hours, and then if you are not in peak hours, which isn't that much of it really, there's most of it is peak hours, it's £1.50 every time you go through it. And I think that only if you're with their quick pay app, because they created a new tunnel called Silvertown, and in order to get people to essentially go through that Silvertown tunnel, in order to recoup the cost that it costs to build it, because that's how these bastards do it, they build the tunnel and then make you pay for the fucking thing. Even though no one asked for that Silvertown tunnel, nobody gave a shit about it. Everybody was using the Blackwell Tunnel for over 100 years. Blackwell Tunnel has been free. Now it's a toll tunnel, because if they don't put a toll on the Blackwell Tunnel, nobody will use the Silverlink Tunnel. Because why would you pay to go to a paid tunnel when you can just maybe sit in the traffic a little bit longer, but just go through a perfectly free tunnel? So they made all Blackwell Tunnel and Silvertown both tolls, and now nobody goes through it. It's empty.
Yeah.
Because everybody's now going through Rotherhithe Tunnel or the bridges. They drive all the way out to Tower Bridge or London Bridge, the other bridges, in order to get across from south to north London, because nobody wants to pay the toll. Now the traffic is piled up in all the other regions, the other places. Now it's just days of traffic, because the traffic got pushed essentially from Blackwell Tunnel to these other locations, because everybody's now using these other locations to cross into northern parts of London. And that's there you go. So it's going to take twice as long for people to get around. Traffic just insane around south, London to North London. Yeah. Also, it's going to take forever to pay for that stupid tunnel, because nobody wants to use it. So the toll charges are going to be very few. People who probably don't know. And oh yeah, it's not even that. See, this is the other flip side to this son of a bitch that these bastards do. They won't. It's not a regular toll. Like, you know, back in the day when we thought about toll bridges and toll places, there was a gate, there was a barrier. You would come up to the barrier, you pay your money, the gate goes up, the barrier goes up, and you go through. Well, these bastards don't do that. These are all number plate shit. So number one, all the foreign cars that go through, they don't pay for shit, because what are you going to do? Send them a ticket in Dubai? Send them a ticket in Qatar? Send them a ticket in, I don't know, Albania? They're not going to pay that shit. You're not going to go and tow their car in Albania, are you? So foreign plate vehicles who are not registered in Britain, they'll never pay, because how are you going to get them to pay? Only local British cars will have to pay, and what they'll be banking on is you go through the tunnel, not realize it's a toll tunnel now, and they'll just give you an extra fine for not paying your toll when you went through it. So a £1.50 charge or a £4 charge can turn into a £60 fine. And essentially you get screwed.
Yeah.
Because the car driver is essentially a mug now in London. A car driver is just a pay cow. It's just a pay cow. You just get, you just siphon money off the car drivers now. If you're a car driver in London, you're just essentially a mug for Mr. Khan to mug you on a daily basis wherever you go. You either pay his ULIS, you either pay his toll charges, you got to drive around at 20 miles an hour, so that means you get speeding fines more regularly as well. So see, that's another thing as well that the bastards will get you on, is the speeding fines. Because I think 20 miles an hour is... Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, sorry. I think like pulling me head out of it and trying to see more scope. Like, don't get me wrong, get Khan out has been my mantra for I don't know how long now.
Oh, God,
right? Oh
whatever.
my God, about him. But I think there's more to it. Like, looking where I live, okay, you don't want to bump your car. You don't want anyone bumping your car, because the insurance premiums and all of that. And looking at my experience of London is like a totally different country compared to the rest of England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Okay, when you come to London, don't expect anyone to follow the rules as if you're in England. When it comes to driving, okay, people are wild in the roads, unfettered immigration again. Okay, and I'm not just talking about people in cars. I'm talking about people on scooters, electric bikes, the e-bikes, all this, the e-scooters, the whole kit and caboodle. Like Uber drivers, have you seen the state of that? Seriously, outside of the Middle East, that just ain't on. Okay, we've got rules and regulations, but they're getting away with it. So they're trashing the place, right? And there's people with cars that you could get property cheaper for. Do you know what I mean? You could get it for cheaper. You could buy a property cheaper than you could buy these cars like Bentleys, Aston Martins, all the rest of it, right? So when you've got a car like that, you've got a lot of responsibilities. You've got your shit together. You've got a lot of money. You've got insurance premiums and all the rest of it. You don't want anybody messing with that, do you? So you're going to get on board with a little tyrant, a pint-sized tyrant like Sadiq Khan on outpricing people. Pricing people out of being able to have a car by bringing in this, I think it's a load of rubbish, about needing electric cars and needing to cut the pollution down. The biggest polluter in London is the tube. So I think that it's not just Khan, like you've got that side of it. And I can understand, if I was in that position, if I had that kind of money, if I had those kind of assets and toys, if you like, and luxury goods, like a car worth, I don't know how many hundreds, thousands of pounds, whatever, or tens of thousands of pounds even, like, yeah. You don't want any old Tom, Dick and Harry being able to afford to get into any old banger and bump you because they haven't got the insurance to cover the cost of what it would take to fix your car if they hit you. So no matter what, you're always going to be stung when you look at it like that.
So you're saying you would rather less people have the cars because at least your car will be safer.
I'm not saying I'm not saying I would rather that. I'm saying I can understand that train of thought, right? if I was in that position, you know, I would, you know, I'm I'm on the bones of my backside at best, okay? And I look around and I see all these degenerates, and I'm like, oh my God, I don't want them ever being in my neighborhood. I don't, if I ever have anything that I would leave outside, even just a bicycle, I don't want them being around here, okay? So if I had even more than that, something that like you can't afford to lose, or you can, but it's gonna dent you. Like I've got nothing to lose, okay, and I still think, oh my God. Whereas these people have got a lot to lose. Everything is connected for them. They're so well organized. Everything's tight. That's high pressure, okay. So one thing goes wrong from some little foreign pipsqueak without any care in the world. Like you see their attitudes, and that trashes your car or something. What's that going to do to your life, and how that impacts what you're responsible for as well? Like you don't have all of these tools, like the big car, the big house, and all of this, without, you know, having a lot that you're responsible for. Like you could be a CEO of a corporation, or you could be a CEO of 5 different corporations. Like I know a guy who is a CEO for multiple different corporations. He's got a lot going on, right? And he's got all these tools. And so a little thing like that can actually have a massive impact on your performance. It's not just like your finances, right? So it's all connected. So I can understand, I'm being devil's advocate, I can understand the mindset of wanting the people priced out. But at the same time,
so essentially, what they're
no
doing
good
is
for
just
the
pricing out
businessman.
everyone out of a car.
Yeah.
Because they just want the rich essentially to have these things.
Well, yeah. I mean, the wealthy are more than happy for you, Les, and everyone driving 20 mile an hour. Because if you're not driving faster than 20 mile an hour, there's way less chance of you getting your Bentley bumped, isn't it?
Yeah, but you're also traveling at 20 miles an hour. It's a freaking, you're literally traveling at the same speed as cyclists. I know cyclists who do 30 miles an hour. So, like,
yeah, but
why would you want, even if you're a millionaire?
Well, this is where in this area they've got proper cycle lanes and all of this, and the only people that are cycling around here are the more responsible and following the rules, and probably their children. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not just my
it's not like
thoughts are,
Southeast London or something.
Yeah, because I saw a video on why millionaires are leaving. In fact, it was definitely on Instagram, because I saved it. I tried to save it on my phone. I think, I'm not sure. I got to check again, or was it TikTok? Either way, I tried to save this video because there was a guy who's talking about why people are leaving England or Britain, a millionaire especially, because he says, look, it's fine. You're a millionaire. You live in your little gated community, or you've got your your gentrified area that you live in. But no matter whether you have £1 billion in the bank, or £100,000 in the bank, or £5 in the bank, when you get out onto the streets and when you get into your car, unless you've got a helicopter to get around, you still have to get through this traffic. You still have to deal with this weather. You still have to get through you have to interact with regular folks, be on their roads, on the road everyone else is on, and get to wherever you need to go to. And so you could be a millionaire that excludes the peasants from your life in every shape or form, except the servers at your restaurant and your maid at home. But once you're out in the roads, you're dealing with everyone else, whatever else everyone else is dealing with. Yeah, you could be sitting in the back of a Bentley or a Maybach and relax whilst your chauffeur takes you, but your chauffeur is still stuck in the same traffic as the rest of us are. Yeah. And so that's why people are leaving. That's why people are getting out of Britain, because they just don't want to deal with any of that crap. And you're saying that, being 20 miles an hour, you may not get your Bentley bumped, but you're traveling around at 20 miles an hour. And it's a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare trying to... even if there's no traffic, the speed is ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree. It does cause those problems. Yeah. for sure.
Yeah, because
But
you
the-
just you can't really get out of those things. Your money doesn't buy you out of those things unless you're, as I say, you got a helicopter.
Yeah, but the thing is, listen to this. These people with this kind of money, they're not living here 24/7, 365. Okay. So they come in for however long, however many days in a month or something. Okay. And then they go off to a place where this isn't a problem. They have multiple
Yeah, I
homes in
agree
the
with that.
world, don't they? So they're
But
not
that's the
asked
thing.
about what it does to us.
Well, exactly. But the thing is that if you're going to spend less and less time in Britain, so you only come in a couple of times a month a year, or a month, a couple of weeks a year,
Yeah.
just to take care of certain businesses, you're not going to keep a house that's costing you thousands and hundreds of thousands of pounds in
Wrong.
taxes and stuff in Britain. Eventually, you're going to be like, I don't really need this. I'll rent a place every time I come, or I'll just get one of these luxury places. If I'm only staying for 3 weeks, I'm talking. Let's say you're a millionaire. You're a multi-millionaire, Elon Musk level. Okay, not even Elon Musk level, Andrew Tate level. Not even a billionaire, millionaire. You're just going to come into London, hire one of these luxurious flats or apartments for a couple of weeks, for a month, for 2 months, whatever. It'll cost you like 100 grand. It's a pennies for someone who's multi-millionaire. You just rent. You just come in, rent a place for a few weeks, few months, however length of time you want to stay in London. You rent some Bentleys, and then do your business, whatever it is that you need to do, and then get out, because you're not here long enough. Because if people are going to reject Britain as a whole because they just can't live here anymore, they spend less and less time in Britain, they're going to have less and less investments in Britain. They're not going to just buy, unless you're some sort of dodgy Russian oligarch who's basically taken all the money that you've siphoned out of whatever area of Russia or China, whatever. If you're doing some dodgy things, because this happened with a lot of the Russian, that's why Russians owned so much of Britain, so much of London for so long, was because all these oligarchs after the fall of the USSR, they essentially siphoned or embezzled a shitload of money out of all these different industries, the oil industry, whatever industries that they were in, that was all nationalized at the time of the USSR. Then they came and bought properties in London. Essentially, that's where they stashed their cash. They put their money in a property in London because they knew that property is never going to lose value. It's only going to go up. So it's an investment, essentially, that you can just buy it, let it sit there empty. But it's better for me to have that than because the Russian government, if they're going to come and they're going to check my bank account, they're going to fleece me. They're going to take all that off me if it's all sitting cash or gold or whatever it is in Russia. But they're not going to be able to take that house from me in London. That house is safe. That's done. This is why, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, I was watching the Osbournes years ago when they had their reality show. And you know the Osbournes, Ozzy Osbourne and Sharon, they buy a lot of art, a lot of paintings, a lot of expensive art. And I was like, Ozzy doesn't give a shit about these things. He's not one of these connoisseurs. And although, Sharon might be a little bit into it, but I realized, no, this is not why rich people buy art and expensive watches and various different things. It's to not pay the tax man. This is to get out of paying taxes. You have cash in your account that gets taxed. You have, money in even property has its own taxes and costs that they associate with it. But you buy a Van Gogh and stick it in a safe. That's not. It's not gonna cost you a penny more. It's not gonna. The taxman is never gonna be able to come after that, and it would only increase in value. So it's an investment, and it's where you put in all your cash, and so the taxman isn't going to be able to touch it. So this is just tax evasion, essentially, what most of these millionaires and billionaires do when they buy all this crap.
Absolutely, yes.
It's pure, and also NGOs and charities. All of these millionaires all have some kind of bullshit charity, because that's where
don't get me started with the charities, foundations, trusts. It's all. Money laundering and all the rest of it.
Release the beast. Tell us.
Money laundering is a good place to start. And I think, I mean, okay, well, let's go back to the immigration, right? It's been reported that these that are coming in off boats have got a lot of cash in their pocket, and they're trafficking that cash from an NGO on one side of the pond, the water, the channel, to our side, and they hand it over to someone else. And they're all NGOs who this money's getting handed from and to. It's money laundering.
Interesting.
And it's human trafficking
At the
same time
yes.
because they're illegals that are coming in. Yeah. Who will get used to be Uber drivers and all the rest. They'll take all the low skilled jobs and they'll do it even a lower skill, like a lower standard, right? So they're destroying us in many ways. So that's money laundering and human trafficking.
Damn.
To say the least. And there's places, you hear of reports of these big child trafficking rings and stuff like that. They operate in a similar way.
Interesting. How do you mean? How do you mean? As in they work through the NGOs or these?
Well, I mean, money changes hands. What do you traffic children for? Why do you kidnap a child and sell it on? You sell it on, right? There's money changing hands. Where does that money go? What kind of people are doing that?
How are they? Like,
and when you're talking
money?
and like when you're talking about a big ring, a big trafficking ring, you're talking about a big organization, aren't you? That's not just for like one or two children, is it? It's for a lot.
Interesting.
Isn't it? And they keep it going for years. So you hear about them getting broken down. So, that keeps us off the, she's another conspiracy theory nut category. I'm probably already in there anyway. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to delve deeper into that one.
But yeah, I get it.
Okay, so.
I mean, the thing is, how do we? I mean, I get a lot of like backlash from some of the guys in chat sometimes where they say, "Oh, you always point out the problems, but you never offer solutions." I don't even know where to begin with these things when it comes to solutions. How the hell do you even what's the solution? I'm all ears. Let me know, Madam. What's it called? Lieutenant. Ma'am, I'm all ears. What's the solution? What do we do? Ma'am.
Oh. Well, I just try to be as much as possible a fly in the ointment and raise awareness and get people to start questioning and thinking, hang on a second, yeah, we should speak up, because eventually, as much as people are jigsaw pieces and they're connected into keeping the machine running, they can unhook from that design and hook back into the real design of being a community again and getting organized.
Yeah, I mean,
and working against all of these things.
I mean, this is a thought in my head for a long time. Because I know that the government, especially the British government, despises those who try to live off grid. Those people who, there's a lot of people nowadays who try to live off grid. They buy mobile houses, or they convert a double-decker bus into like an apartment. Or I mean, I've seen a guy who converted a double-decker bus into a 2-bedroom place. It was amazing. It looked amazing. And these are very old buses. So these are, because apparently there's a law that if a bus is over a certain age, you don't actually need a bus license. You can drive it on a car license. And I'm like, I don't even know how that makes any sense, but it apparently does, where you don't need to have an upgraded bus license. But then I think to myself, yeah, but the whole point of a bus license is for you to learn how to drive a bus because of its size, because of the turning circle, how you maneuver a bus.
Yes.
Pauline, hello, Pauline. Hello, Bob. Salute to you. By the way, sorry guys, I'm maybe neglecting the chat a little bit. But yeah, so if a bus, anyway, this guy bought a bus, a double-decker old sort of London bus, and converted it into a 2-bedroom place. He created 2 bedrooms on the top level, and he had a living room, downstairs. Amazing. I'll be honest. A 2-bedroom flat in London is going to cost you best part of £300,000-400,000. So, and then all he had to do then was to buy a plot of land, which he could then permanently park his bus onto. And then he set up like solar panels and all sorts of different things. And essentially I think this particular one, he didn't permanently park it. He did have a bit of land where he could leave it, but he actually he drove it like to this coastline, seaside, things like that, because he wanted to travel around with it. So it was a fully functioning bus. But there are people who will buy not even functioning buses, just old buses, buy a plot of land, because you don't need that much land, really. You just need a small patch of land, and just park your car. As long as it's not a green belt thing, you know what I mean? You can't just buy an allotment and just park a car, bus onto it. But an actual land that would have, essentially, you would be able to get planning permission to even build on if you wanted to, but you don't, because as long as the vehicle moves, it's not considered a permanent thing. Anyway, and you live off grid for the most part. You don't actually need piped electricity. You don't need plumbing. I mean, you could do, I suppose, but if you just get a very large water tank, and you just you sort yourself out. I mean, I don't know whether you could really live off rainwater. I don't think the rainwater is going to be enough, but you probably have to have some kind of company that ships in water for you once every so often, and then you have to have some way of disposing the
waste,
the waste, the grey water and black water and all that stuff. But to be honest, I think there are companies that can facilitate that, because they facilitate it. Obviously, they have, there must be facilities for camper vans. People who go to campsites and stuff. There's all sorts of facilities there. So there must be facilities that will, give you some sort of facility where you can dump this, or you could just probably take your grey water and go to a manhole and just.
The thing is, if you've got your own piece of land and you're doing this on that, I'm not sure what it's like in this country, but I know in countries like Spain they have cesspools. So I wonder if you can do that over here as well. I
just dig a very large
and like it's
underground.
Yeah, and it's like say every 10 or 20 years or something, you have to have a new one constructed. Like you get that one sealed off. And then you get a new one constructed. Right?
Or can you actually have it drained every so often?
I don't know.
That's not a possibility.
And you did, because I mean, like I'm connected to people who have those, and I don't recall them saying that.
Oh, so they actually have their own cesspool, so they don't go to the main.
In Spain, yeah, they're not
in Spain.
the UK.
In Spain.
That's why I see. That's what's come to mind. You see, that's what's made me think: do people actually do that in this country? Because in parts of Spain, like you have to do that. You're out on a plane.
Yeah,
you haven't got the irrigation and all that kind of infrastructure out in a lot of the plains.
Of course, yeah. They don't even have. Even in some of the islands, they have very bad plumbing. They don't have very good sewer system. Essentially, they just don't have it.
Yeah.
So, that's why they always say you shouldn't. They always have signs. You shouldn't put your toilet tissue in the toilet and flush it. They prefer you put it in a bin,
That's right.
which to me is repulsively disgusting. But it is what it is. Yeah, they don't have a choice because their plumbing can't handle it. It gets clogged. It gets backed up. So they don't have the plumbing infrastructure to be able to deal with it. And that's something. This is actually, this guy that I was talking to you, that I just played the video, Rory Sunderland or whatever his name was.
Sutherland, yeah.
Sutherland. He actually talked about this. He actually had a video about the exact same thing. He said if we could figure out a way of getting rid of waste, the human waste and all the other waste that we produce, essentially if Elon Musk could develop a way of just zapping the waste and just getting rid of it, then people would change their entire living standards, and there'll be a lot more nomadic people who would buy camper vans, Because if you think about it now, with a camper van, if you want to live off grid, you've got Starlink, which means you don't need broadband in a conventional sense, in a cable sense. You can even use Wi-Fi if you wanted to from you could use your mobile thing, but Starlink is a far better connection, far more stable. So you got Starlink, which gives you mobility. Then you just need one of these RVs in order to have living space, all of that. The only issue is that you have to take care of human waste and your general other waste. And if you can do that, if you can find a solution for that, people don't need houses. I mean, the concept of a house is going to change because it's become so unaffordable. People are looking for alternatives now than this bricks and mortar thing, because people just can't afford bricks and mortar houses anymore. Recycling here is a lie. It all goes in some hole. Yeah, you're right. Fun. It's a lie everywhere. It's been shown to be actually bullshit for some, because there's so many things that people thought that they could recycle, but the recycling companies can't recycle. It costs too much. It even goes in the same van. Yeah.
Yeah, even if you put stuff in the correct bin, like when I look out my window every morning for the past, how long have I lived here? More than 4 years. I look out the window every morning and I see the little van. It's got both doors open, but there's nothing separating the two parts. Okay,
Recycle,
and everything just gets thrown in. Yeah, so you've got these street litter bins. Okay, one's got the green part that you put your recyclables into, and the other one's just for general waste. But they both get emptied and dumped into the same bit in the van. It's all mixed up. The cardboard gets thrown in there and everything, and that's it. So people are all like, "Oh, look at me being all virtuous, putting me cardboard cup in the recycling bin."
But it's bullshit.
And off they go, full of bullshit, because the van will come along, just put it all in the normal waste.
It's not even.
And I don't think it goes to a separate tip or anything.
No, it's not even the what's it called? The people who buy, I don't know, who put their cup in some kind of recycling. It's people who spend like hours a night or week separating their recyclables and glass and plastic and tin. And I'm not joking. I know people who spent like the end of the night before they go to sleep sorting out the recycling and make sure all the glass and all the cans and all the plastics and wrappers and whatnot are all in the correct bins, and they don't even realize they stick them all in these. They do all of that work, all that effort, and it all just gets dumped in a landfill somewhere. No one gives a shit. This is almost like an exercise in conformity, to see who they can get to do the things that the government are telling them to do. Essentially, I think a lot of the stuff our governments do is beta test how malleable we are to a particular thing. Are they going to be able to convince us to behave in this way? It's behavioral assessment. That can we is the population in that place where we can get them to do this and this? If they're there, then we can push these agendas upon them, because we need the sheep to be herded in a particular way. We can't just. You see, I get it. You see, I'll be honest. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Me and my brothers, we're kind of pompous. We most of the time believe that we're better than most people. And we recognize, I mean, not just me. I mean, I'd like to think I'm down to earth in comparison. My brother is my middle brother. He's very rich, makes a lot of money, and he likes exclusive things. So he goes to very exclusive gyms, very exclusive clubs, because he doesn't want to be around peasants anymore. Straight up. He just says it. He says, look, these people are lemmings and peasants, and I don't want to be around them. They disgust me. So he most of the time likes to be extremely exclusive in places where only the rich go, because, like you said, he goes to places that are priced out. I can't afford some of the places most of the places he goes to. I can't afford his gym. He gets me like free tickets sometimes, but it's like all the people there are freaking high flyers and pompous assholes. Some of them are like actors and stuff. Like one of the guys from the In-Betweeners goes to his kid's school. He knows him. A lot of that kind of caliber of rich people, essentially rich people. He lives with rich people. He hangs out with rich people. He does rich people things. And the rich, that's what they see us. That we are the peasants. We are the untouchables. And they don't really want to be around us if they can help it. And they just want to somehow... deplorables. Yeah, exactly. We are the Sorry, go on.
They see themselves. I'm just correcting you because you said that they see us as the untouchables. They see themselves as the untouchables. We are the deplorables. But I know what you're saying.
Yeah, but I mean, untouchables in the sense of like the way the Indians have that caste system and they have the untouchables where people, they're the lowest caste. They call them the untouchables. That's what I meant from that. But yeah, they themselves are way above us and they are literally untouchable by us. We don't dare touch them. But the fact is that I think they just test us from time to time to say, look, we need these peasants to behave in this way. I need them to take less flights per year because if climate change is real and these flights and all these airlines are consuming all this fuel and creating the problem for climate change, well, we have to I can't give up on my private jet. I'm not selling my G5. I'm still going on to, I'm still taking 12 to 20 flights a year in all these different places I need to go to, conventions, blah blah blah. I mean, I'm not gonna like catch a train to go to like the G20 convention. No, I'm taking my private jet. Mr. Rishi Sunak, by the way, he flew a helicopter to 10 Downing Street every time he went there. He didn't drive. He flew a helicopter every time from 10 Downing Street and to wherever else he goes to. He didn't drive into 10 Downing Street. I mean, he may have done for like certain events, but most of the time, he for daily, day-to-day traveling, commuting, he took a helicopter. Yet no one pointed out that Rishi Sunak takes a helicopter almost daily, and he's not adding to the climate issue. He's not the problem for the climate issue. No, cows, burgers are, and you peon who goes to Benidorm, once a year. You who goes to
hang on a minute. You mean cows, the most nutritious thing you could ever eat in your entire life?
You know what I mean?
The problem, the cause of the problem that doesn't exist, because we see the evidence when we see the banksters handing out a shit ton of money to property developers who are developing luxury properties all the way along water sides all around the world.
Precisely.
Because sea levels are rising.
They're the problem, not your problem. You are not the problem. You're the problem. The rich are not the problem. They are doing everything they can to virtue signal the fact that they need to for you to take less flights. So you going to Spain to Tenerife once a year, you have to cut that shit out because the rich need to. Yes, because Rishi Sunak needs to fly his freaking helicopter to 10 Downing Street every morning, or because Mr. Leonardo DiCaprio needs to ride his private jet to Davos in order to preach about climate change. I mean, that whole thing about the Davos people every year, they all fly in private planes for climate not Davos, but the climate summits and they have they literally all fly in with private planes to talk about how terrible it is.
All of the security guards and that come up on different planes.
Yes. But you're the problem. You eating a burger is the problem for climate change. That's what's destroying the planet. So this is what I mean. This is the problem that they've come to kind of assessed. And I say this, actually, sorry, did everything go blank again? Because I think every time I go to this other
No, you're fine.
Oh, okay. I just thought everything, my camera and everything went blank. But anyway, what I've recognized, because I think these people run algorithms, they run simulations, to see how populations can react. I know that they run simulations on population reactions because I literally was at the university in a lecture where they showed us after 9/11, the particular university I was at was developing a simulation system to best simulate and predict how people behave in high-rise buildings in case of a massive fire breakout. And they were running these simulations on high-rise buildings, especially after 9/11. They were running it for Canary Wharf, all the buildings in Canary Wharf, and they were running it for yachts and planes to try to get these robots, these sims on the system to behave as closely to human beings as they possibly can, to try to simulate how real human beings would behave in case of a situation like that. And they were running some very accurate simulations of people behavior, because they showed us videos of real fires breaking out. There was a fire breaking out. Had started in a building, in an office building, and it was the CCTV camera was showing the lobby of the building, and there were people, just a lot of people, a good 20 people were in the lobby. Then the fire alarm started. Nobody reacted. Nobody moved. Then a person came out and said, "There is a fire. Could you all start to exit?" Nobody moved. The smoke started to come into the lobby. The fire. And then finally, another person who was much more assertive, because the first person wasn't very assertive when they were saying, "Could you please get out? Can everyone please get out? There's a fire." The second person, "Get the hell out of here!" started screaming at them, "There's a fire! There's the smoke! Get out!" And then the people started to move out. It's like, idiots, what are you doing? People sometimes just don't react to certain things. They react very differently to what you predict that they should react to. So that's what the simulation was doing. Now, the reason I'm saying all of this is to say they are running human behavioral simulations on all types of scenarios right now. COVID was a beta test for that. And they want to see which populations behave in which way, and which ethnicities behave a certain way, which religious groups behave certain way, to certain pressures, certain motivations, certain what's the good term? I can't think.
Life events.
Events, yes, certain events. How do they react to certain events, or certain again, motivations, or what's it call it? To motivate them, or demotivate them, not desensitize, but to kind of give them something negative so that they repel it. You know what I mean? So you present them with something negative and see how they behave towards that negative thing. So are they repellent towards it, or will they behave in an unexpected way towards this thing that's definitely a negative, or should be a negative for most people? I forgot the terms they use. My brain is shot today, but they do these things, and I'm sure they're running simulations right now in order to see if we introduce X, Y, and Z, what is the population likely to behave? How are they likely to are they likely to conform, or are they likely to resist? And if they're to resist, which groups within that population are the ones who are most likely to resist? Now, I will be absolutely candid to everyone. The white Anglo-Saxon is a deeply individualistic person. They care about, and they are very, very uncooperative for the most part. Now, you can give them good motivations to be cooperative. There was a time where the British and the Western Europeans were extremely loyal to God, king, and country. Those were the things that they were extremely loyal to. But in the last since the Second World War, they have been encouraged to be extremely atomized and individualistic. Don't give a shit about the next guy, just what's good for me. They encouraged that because they wanted to sell them consumer goods, because they needed to build up their economies after that devastating war. So I know why they encouraged individuality and the sense of buy, get the best thing, get the next best thing. And then, there's a guy on the internet who said, consume product and then get excited for next product. Just consume product and get excited for next product. And that's what they encouraged. They encouraged that for decades because they needed the economies to start to work again because of the war. But now they're stuck with this population of people who are deeply uncooperative. They have a deep sense of selfishness, and also they are what do you call it? Not self-centered, but you know what I mean. They are independent. They're extremely independent, and they are not going to be sheep and herded that easily. So
they're quite self-sufficient then.
Yeah, well, yeah, but they have a deep sense of self-autonomy, and they are not they're not easily herded. They're not going to fall in line as easily as maybe other cultures and other ethnicities. So if you have this rebellious population on your hands, and you have to do certain things, again, this comes down to my personal conspiracy theory, which is, I still believe this, although I'm wavering on it a little bit because as times go by, this hasn't come to pass yet. With this climate change, I don't think there is such a thing as the climate change event. I think there is an event that they know it's coming. There is a global, potentially cataclysmic event that is to come, because every so many generations, every so many decades, 100 years, I forgot, every so many years, anyway, the planet goes through an ice age. We are being due for an ice age for a very long time. We are actually overdue for an ice age. And an ice age is a global event, and it is devastating to the way our economies and our cities and societies have been built. It will destroy everything as we know it. And so if they expect such an event to come, and they've managed to predict that this event is going to come at a certain time, they need to get people to be in a state in which they can be herded easily. Because you can't, if you're trying to herd cats in an emergency, everyone's going to die. You can't have deeply individualistic people in a scenario in which you need the collective to work as one. So they recognized that the white Anglo-Saxon and the Western European is this category of people who are going to be extremely resistant to groupthink. And they've decided that they have to systematically either reduce their numbers to manageable numbers so that they have them at a manageable rate, or potentially either wipe them out and replace them with more cooperative groups. That is my conspiracy theory prediction, if you will. And they have to get all of this done before this cataclysmic event takes place. So there may be a timeline to this. There may be a timeline in which they have to follow, because if they don't, this cataclysmic event will happen and these people will not be ready for it. And then they pretty much all die. But the reason they need the peasants is because the peasants have to do the labor work, because the rich are going to be in their silos and in their protective places where they are to when this event happens. The rich are going to take care of themselves. They're selling all sorts of compounds and all sorts of places for these rich people. I mean, apparently Mark Zuckerberg is spending, I think, like I forgot how many millions of dollars on some kind of underground compound in some place in
yeah, they're all like that. The underground compounds and tunnels
and yeah, exactly. And there's like old missile
New
silos
Zealand smothered in them. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. And there's like old missile silos which are converting into like massive, apocalyptic event accommodations where they'll have all sorts of gyms, farms, everything. But all obviously for the uber rich. But the uber rich are going to need servants. They're going to need security guards. They're going to need waiters, maids, all of that stuff, which they enjoy right now. And so there will have to be a class of people to be the servants to these surviving uber rich. They don't want to help us survive because they care about us. They don't give two shits about us. We're cattle to them. But they need us to serve them. Unless they create robots, which then they can just pretty much wipe most of us out without any issue. But they don't. I don't think the robotics is there. Hello, One Generation Media. Big up to you, sir. Actually, I know this name.
Oh,
So
yes,
yeah.
it's Dave, One Generation Media.
Ah, Dave. Hello, Dave. Good man. So that's my prediction, is that they are systematically getting rid of the rebel class of people, the rebel class of the working class, those who are individualistic and are going to be problematic, and are replacing them with cooperative, if you will, groups of people, be it the Muslim class, be it the peasant class, be it the Asians. When I say Asians, I don't mean Indians. I mean, well, Indians are also subservient as well. They're very subservient people as well. But the Chinese, the Japanese, the Southeast Asians, so they're also very subservient groups of people. So they can deal with Indians, they can deal with Muslims because they know through Islam they can control them, and they can be very subservient, especially through their religion. And they know they can deal with possibly a substantial group of Southeast Asians, as long as they're the subservient class. But the white Anglo-Saxon and Western European, and to that extent, the Western Europeans in the United States, in in Canada, so on and so forth, they are the most rebellious group. They are the ones who are going to give the most amount of problems. We've been pumped back. Oh, good man. I'm sorry I didn't come down tonight. They had a protest in London, and the guys have been at the pub.
All right. I agree with much of what you said. I also do think that there's certain people with that seem as though they're in the club, right, and they're building their underground bunkers and whatnot. Okay. But I do think a lot of those are being misled as well. Where would they house the people who are going to serve them?
Oh well, they'll have servants' accommodations, just like they do with servants' quarters now, or they did in the sort of what's it called?
Right.
The Victorian era, you know what I mean, or the Tudors shit. They always had servants' quarters as well as the people that they served, so they would have that. But you see, the trick is, and this is the trick that they all the rich people always have to, because the rich know that people think the rich are the powerful. Everybody always says, "Oh, the rich and the powerful," but
I think there's a difference between the two. Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. The rich themselves know they are not the powerful. The rich are, by definition, the minority. They always are. The power, the physical power, always is in the hands of the poor. But the rich have managed to convince the poor that they have no power, in order for them not to ever use their power, because their power has to come in a collective form. The poor cannot individually exert their power, but in a collective form, given the fact that they are the vast majority of any nation or the planet, they have the power in a collective form. As long as they are not collectivized, and as long as the rich convince them that as long as you go it your own way and you don't collectivize with the other poor people, you will one day be as rich as us and be entered in the club. And that's a kind of bone, it's the sticking carrot. That's what the carrot that they use for the poor. Oh, here's a lottery. Here's meritocracy, quote unquote, a fake meritocracy, but meritocracy that you think that you have some chance. We'll occasionally throw a bone at and elevate a rock star or a pop star or some football player or basketball player to the levels of a millionaire. But they're the gladiators of our time. Gladiators were very much loved by Rome, but they were never part of the Roman upper echelons. There was no gladiator that suddenly became a senator. It was you were just entertainment for us. You were the entertainment class. So they will have their entertainment class, the black football players, the black rugby players, the black basketball player, whatever. But and the rappers and the rock stars, these are the peasant class that are elevated because they entertain the rich, the ruling class. So they'll give those guys an opportunity, and they're essentially those guys, the rock stars and the sports stars, are the carrots that they dangle in front of the rest of us to say, look,
Okay.
look, you can be like Beckham, you can be like
Oh, yes.
Ozzy Osbourne, you can be rich too, you can be part of us. You just have to, do that. So that's the carrot that they always dangle in front of the peasant class to make sure that the poor never collectively get together and actually, stick it to the rich, because the rich are always the weaker. As far as the power dynamics is concerned, the rich are powerful because they have the money and the resources, but they only have that if they can convince the poor to not to collectively go forward to do anything collectively. As long as the poor is divided that way, the rich carry on doing what they need to do. But what I'm saying is that they will have all of the tiers of society within their silos or within their bunkers. They will have the staff quarters, they will have their security quarters. Now this is the part that's the most important. The security, the military.
Yeah.
They cannot have them turn on the rich.
Well, here's the thing: the military is loyal to the people, whereas the police are loyal to the crown. Okay.
But what I'm saying is that's the system like in Britain. But generally, I'm not talking about even the military or the security in this scenario. I'm talking when the cataclysmic event happens, their security has to be very loyal to them. So their security has to be taken care of almost to the same equivalence as themselves, the rich themselves, because if the security turns on them, they are screwed. There is nothing between them and the masses of the peasants that they need as their servants, essentially. If their servants want to turn on the master, it's the security that's going to step in between them and pull the trigger and stop the peasants from revolting.
Well, you see, that's where the purpose of these psyops that you were talking about earlier comes in. You know how they do these behavioral experiments on us. They're psyops, on psychological operations. So the findings of that and what they learn from that all comes in handy for being able to manipulate these people who they'll have serving them, right? So we've got it down that, okay, they'll still be able to have all of these people working for them because basically nothing grows for them. They always need us to do the labour jobs for them, the actual work. So that rules that part out. The other part where I think they're being deceived is I think they're being fed a lie that some big event is coming down the road. Because all I'm saying is you've got the likes of BG wanting to block out the sun.
Mm-hmm.
What's that for? How is that going to help from any kind of big event? It's not. If they can afford to mess about with these kinds of things, right? These tools and engineering, the weather like cloud seeding and all of this, if they're willing to mess about with that, are they really looking down and saying, oh, we best not do this because it'll affect that and it'll cause that to happen sooner or it'll make it worse,
Yes.
If there was something down the road. But to keep those who are in a better position than us under control because they're not quite in the club, right?
Mm-hmm.
They need to have them running after something as well. Or you need to do this because this is coming. And that's why you need to do all of that to them as well. Because remember, you're special. There's that kind of mindset that they get groomed with, right?
To keep them off, keep them on their toes, keep them, essentially
useful
off center.
Idiots,
yes,
basically.
Yes, yes. But that's what I mean. So they need to have that class as well, because that class has to then step in between the rebels or any kind of revolt. So they have to basically have a position in which they can crush any kind of uprising or any kind of revolt. Now that is my guess, my prediction, my conspiracy theory, if you like, even the fact that whether this cataclysmic event happens or not, even that may not even occur. Again, that's my own personal thoughts. But the fact that they need to test the society as to where they are in their conformity and where they are in their in their agreeableness. You know, Jordan Peterson always says that.
Yeah.
He says more agreeable people tend to earn less than less agreeable people. Because less agreeable people are more likely to fight for their promotion, fight for pay rises, or quit and go where they're valued. Less agreeable people are going to fight essentially for their rights and for their position, and agreeable people are not. And this is where a lot of problems. I mean, I'm digressing slightly, but this is actually where a lot of the problem with women actually lie when they talk about the pay gap. The fact is, most women are very agreeable, and most women will not actually be disagreeable when it comes to the pay that they're offered. They will just accept it, and then they complain why they're getting paid less. It's because the other guy who came in even maybe a year before you did, you were here a year longer, he insisted and fought for his place and right, or he forced the hand of the company to give him promotions, to put him in promote him, and he may have been promoted after past you because of the fact that he went for it. He wanted this, whilst you just carried on doing your 9 to 5 and never actually made any waves or created any issues.
I mean, that's one side of the matter at hand there. There is also the fact that women are less productive, typically, not in all cases, but typically because of where their mind is. Their mind isn't as focused, isn't typically as academically swayed compared to like men, all right? Men are more logically minded, typically. Not always, but typically. It's
on average.
We're hardwired this way. Yeah, we're hardwired this way. Females are more emotionally minded for the sake of child rearing. Okay? We'd kill our young if we couldn't empathize and and choose compassion, right? And all of that comes from your emotions, okay? So that comes from the emotional mind.
Yeah, there is
we have a logical mind. But
Yeah.
I'm talking about which way we sway, typically, right? And the man, he has an emotional mind as well, but he typically sways to logical because he's a hunter and gatherer and provider and securer of his spouse and offspring, right? And so on and so forth. So because of the way our minds are hardwired to work and other behaviors that come in there, our focus isn't quite as what a man's is. In most situations, in most workplaces, I should say, right? So men are more productive. Men are physically stronger, typically, as well. So they can do more than the woman. That doesn't mean that the female isn't beneficial in the workplace. I'm just saying the differences, right? They're like hard evidence for thousands of years, people, since we began, right? So they are worth that bit more money as well.
Yeah, I
because
mean,
if you're going to be completely meritocratic, right, that means that it's about what you earn. So the man can do that bit more.
Yeah,
so he's got to have that bit more.
Absolutely. Men are. I mean, it's the fact that evolutionarily speaking, men are the ones who are geared for this kind of competitive environment of excellence and achievement. It's built in us. We are constantly competing with each other. We're competing with our brothers and our friends, and it's a cycle that and it's true. Women naturally are not in that way, and so it is. There will always be a gap between men and women on many issues and levels.
Oh, yes.
Because we are fundamentally different. We are essentially. I mean, I don't want to use the word design because that sort of people think it's all God and all that. But we are fundamentally developed to be this way because it has suited us. We survived and reproduced because of this nature that we have. This is because of the way we behaved all this time. If we behaved any differently, we wouldn't be here to talk about it. There'll be some other animal that would have evolved past us and would be having this StreamYard restream and talking about it on the internet. Then they'll be talking about, and we'd be the ones in the zoo looking at them, chucking shit at them. So yeah, so the chimps are in the zoo. We are here because it suited us to be this way, and our female and male counterparts were essentially developed because this was the best way to survive. This was the best way to survive and reproduce, and our characteristics, have come about because of that. And so I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I think in modern times they want us to go against the very fundamentals of our nature, and I think this is where, a lot of progressives have now basically tripped up, especially with the transgender ideology and all of this. Men and women are the same, and they don't want to actually recognize the differences. This is why they tripped up, because they were going against fundamental DNA stuff. They were really going after things that are so ingrained in us that you can't just pluck it out. It's not an idea. Gender isn't an idea, or sex. I mean, if they want to create a separation between gender and sex, which is nonsense to me. I don't think there is such a thing as a gender. Gender is a manifestation of our sexual dimorphism and manifestation of essentially men and women. Gender is just something that has to come from sex. If there was no sex, there would be no gender.
I mean, I honestly thought that gender was just down to what comes up in linguistics. I didn't know it was actually a thing, as opposed to to apply to a species. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I see where you're coming from.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fundamental. The gender language has arose from the biological. It didn't arise from some construct. The color pink. Why color pink is for girls and blue is for boys. That is an actual construct. There wasn't a time where color pink was just for girls and blue was just for boys. This was a manufactured thing. The Santa Claus wearing red, that isn't a thing. That was created by Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola created that Santa Claus image with a red outfit. That's not what St. Nicholas looked like, and other people in other countries have different images. Certain things are manufactured 100%, but the language of gender came out of the language of sex. It is intrinsically connected. That's why when they try to separate them and make gender a construct, they failed, because it's related to sex. It's directly connected. It directly comes out of sex. That's what I'm trying to say, is that this gender thing, they try to make it like Coca-Cola made Santa Claus, and it's not. It's different, and they couldn't. They failed. That's what they failed on this aspect. I'm sorry, you had something else you wanted to say. Go ahead. I talk way too much.
There was a number of things that came up, and the one that I can remember is going back to what I was saying about the differences between male and female, and then you went on to talk about the workplace. Like it's built for men, right? Because it was men that went out there to work while the women were rearing the children, right? Now, I think to finish that one off nicely, because men don't get enough credit as far as I'm concerned, and you can look at suicide rates that will confirm that. Men then redesign what they've perfected for them to operate optimally for the sake of their spouse and their offspring. They've then adjusted their workplace to allow the woman to come in and be a part of that. Mm-hmm. And I don't mean allow as in, oh, isn't she lucky? No, I don't mean it like that. I mean as in to make it possible for her to come there and function without getting knocked out or something, because men can be so high octane when they're in flow, in working, right? And there's nothing hindering them, right? And a woman comes in a bit slower, a bit physically weaker, and not as what might the word be? Not as adept as or whatever is required. So it needs to adjust. It needs to be adjusted for her. It needs to be slowed down. It needs to be a bit safer for her. There's things physically that women need to look out for safety-wise, like to protect their reproductive systems and stuff, right? There's certain lifting and stuff like that you can't deny that a woman shouldn't do if she wants to have a healthy reproductive system, right? Precisely. So Yeah, big up men, because you then not only do that optimal thing that you do to make sure your spouse and your children, your offspring, are safe and sound, but you then make it all possible for the woman and the offspring to develop into that. It's not just like you keep them there, you grow them up, you train them, you program them to be a part of this, and then you bring them in. No, you adjust the whole thing. So that's the emotional, which allows for empathy side of the emotional mind of the male, which he then uses his logical mind to choose to be compassionate about, as opposed to think, stupid bitch, get back home, look after the kids, get back in the kitchen, I'll continue doing this at work. No, he actually opens the door and makes it possible for her to be a part of that as well. It's beautiful.
I'm with you. Okay,
big
let
up
me.
Men, big up men.
you are actually one of the base sort of women that I've heard in a very long time. There's very few of your generation left. But let me pivot a little bit to another conversation, which I wanted to actually cover as well in this stream before I sort of close it off, because we're at oh my god, we're at the 3-hour mark. Thank you so much, by the way, for coming. And if anyone else wants to jump on, feel free. The link is out. I've sent it out a few times. But if nobody else wants to jump on, then fair enough. We will end this. But I actually want to just end, if you like, or pivot to this image, because where is it? Where is it? Why is this thing so weird? Sometimes the options are just not there. Here we are. Okay, let me share this image. It's a little bit hard. I mean, I don't know I hope people can see it. No, I can't really zoom in on it. It just makes it worse. But that's the image that I created. It's like a little meme I created today. In regards to Reform's win, I want to pivot to the Reform elections, or the elections that we just had yesterday, and Reform's what they consider. I mean, I think people are exaggerating it a little bit. I mean, they won one MP, which they kind of replaced essentially with the Rupert Lowell that they lost as a Reform MP, and now he's just an independent. And I think, I mean, fair enough. It's a win. A win is a win for a party that only has 5 members. Or had 4 and then now back to 5, but and also they won some council seats. They also won what's it called? A mayor. I think Dame something, Jackie something. Oh God, I forgot her name. But anyway, Dame something. Hold on, let me go back in the thing, because I think I saved it somewhere in my Twitter. Oh Christ, I don't know where it is.
I was so tempted to say something sexist there.
Go on, say it. Say whatever you want.
I was going to say, oh, you're such a man, aren't you? You thought, oh, it was a woman became a mayor. Just forget about it.
No. I'm impressed. And to be honest, I want to move into Lincolnshire, where she's a mayor now. I don't care. She's got to be better than better than Sadiq Khan.
Oh well, yeah. I mean,
you know what I mean. It's got to be better than him. So that's why, yeah. Hell, I'll even move to where Satan has become mayor. Has Satan become mayor? Because I would like to see how he can deal. I bet Satan doesn't have 20-mile-an-hour limits. But
isn't it purported that he's at Buckingham Palace?
God knows. He's probably in every houses of power everywhere. Let me see. Where is it? Why is it Staffordshire? Oh, here we go. Andrea Jenkins. She became the mayor of Lincolnshire, Greater Lincolnshire, mayor of Greater Lincolnshire. I'm not sure if there's a different part of Lincolnshire, but whatever, she's a mayor, I'd probably want to move there. And also Sarah Pochin was elected a member of Parliament for Runcorn and Helsby, and then there's a bunch of other council members and other things that they won. So they made some strides. They've got some wins, but what I posted there is to show sort of display the possible hubris of reform. You know, I posted first came the New Hope, and then the Empire Strike Back. Now, the reason I haven't bothered with the third one yet, because we haven't seen what the results of it. I don't think there'll be a Return of the Jedi on this one, but the Empire will strike back, and they already are striking in Germany. They've banned the AfD essentially from running as even a political party. Or actually, no, I don't think they have completely banned them yet, but the security apparatus in Germany have declared them as a extremist group. They want to essentially make the AfD a prescribed. I guess they're going to eventually move towards a prescribed terrorist organization. They're going to try and push for that, and yet they are the second party in the country. They are essentially the conservatives of Germany, but yet they want to ban them entirely. This is how scared of conservative and right-wing parties they are in Germany. I mean, Germany admittedly does have kind of a bad history with all that. I'm not going to deny it.
Yeah.
They kind of have burnt their own. They burned their hands on the whole National Socialism thing, or any kind of
But you
nationalism.
see, I think by operating from that position of fear of what went down there, they've pushed themselves into another state of tyranny, which is socialism and communism, as opposed to
Exactly.
socialism and fascism, you know.
Yes.
Operating on fear, the overindulgence of any emotion, like once you let the emotional mind in the driving seat, you're screwed as a human being. You make the worst decisions. So when that's happening on a grand scale, like as a collective, booyah.
Exactly.
Every tyrannical organization you can think of.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, the future for Germany at the rate that they're going and the way they're moving is Germany will be the next Islamic Caliphate, or some kind of communist, socialist, country. But the thing is, because they're so afraid of socialists because of that National Socialism part, they may actually end up as a caliphate before they end up as a socialist. Communist socialist country, because they're so scared to death of anything like that. So they'll probably rail against any kind of, even because right now the socialism is kind of mixed in with the capitalism, so it's not a wholehearted, full-on USSR stuff. But I don't know. I mean, I think the Islamic part is going to take way. It's gonna be more prominent way before. And see, unlike the AfD, where they can actually designate them as some kind of terrorist group or whatever, and just essentially ban them, they're going to have a much harder time banning an Islamic party, a Muslim Islamic party. And I personally have predicted, and I still hold to that by 2028 we will have an Islamic party running for a political, as a political party in Britain. There's already one set up. It's just they're trying to now gather their forces and try to covet the Muslim vote away from Labour. So it's already here. It's just, are they going to actually be a bona fide party to run in 2028? I think they will. I think they'll give it a shot. Now, Ollie said to me, because the Muslims are only like 6% of the population, and Muslims usually start to become far more aggressive after 10% of the population.
Yeah.
He said they may not do it now if they're smart in 2028 in order to allow the numbers to grow. I'm sure it'll be just fine. CCD, I don't agree. I don't think it'll be just fine. Hey, Wolfpack. Big up, Wolfpack. Big up A2Z. Don't bank on it, Hafez. What, for an Islamic party to run in 2028? Well, as I said, Ollie said, if they're smart enough, they won't do it because they will then undermine their own growth, and they want to sort of still fly under the radar. They might expose themselves a bit too much if they run in 2028. But if not 2028, the next election cycle, which will be, 2031, 32, something like that, they'll run then for sure. For sure, there'll be an Islamic party that will run for office, for political parties, political, what do you call it, for House of Commons, in the next one after 2028, essentially. But for now, that's my thing. My prediction is that the next election cycle, because already Labour tried to ban even these elections. They were so scared. In fact, they did ban some of them. They cancelled some of these elections that were supposed to be. There were far more elections that were supposed to be held than the ones they did. So they already did stop some of them because they knew that reform is going to take those seats. And what they are essentially doing, and I think this is what all these political parties have always done, is when they make terrible policies like taking away fuel allowance from old people or hiking up your taxes and your energy costs, people remember it now, but they don't always remember it 4 years from now. People tend to have very, very short memories. And if Labour can screw you now, but then give you a little out in 4 years' time, so in 4 years' time, they'll, we reintroduced the fuel allowance for the old people. We lowered, suddenly petrol prices will go down to like, I don't know, £1 a litre or some shit. Or your energy fuel, prices will suddenly just have a little dip. They won't go down permanently because these things like fuel prices, energy prices, these things are always in a constant flux anyway. So they don't actually have to go down permanently, but they will tell their oligarchs, their masters in the energy companies, look, can we just lower the prices for like a week or two or a few months? So just have a little dip so it looks like the prices have come down, and then we can run off that and use that in our ads. And then afterwards, just once we're elected, just bring them all back up again. It'll be fine. And that's what they'll do. They'll do that shit like a year before the actual election. Then they'll call an election. People forget all the shit that they pulled from 2025 to 2028. And they'll just vote based on whatever the situation it is at 2028. That's what these political parties have always played this game. Over the years, constantly, they've always played this game. Forget, just hoping that there's, first of all, voter apathy. Voters won't come out to vote. And voters have goldfish memories. They won't remember what happened in how much we screwed them in 2028.
I think one of the biggest disgraces that I've seen is the last general election, where just to piss off the Tories, we've ended up with communism.
There you go.
Labour. Just to piss the Tories off. Seriously, you can take personal responsibility and work on your Tory party. They were nowhere near as bad as what we've got and what they'll become before we get rid of them, Labour. You know, that's what the population did. That's shameful.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to quickly, CCD, I wonder if in 100 years people will discover how much money people made from Islam to allow all these people into their countries. I'm guessing most world leaders got paid. Oh, definitely. But in 100 years' time, the history is written, as they say, by the winners. And so it'll be an Islamic history where Islam came into Europe and it made it into the second golden age of Islam, and it was the greatest thing ever happened. Just by the way, just like the way they talk about all the savages of the Middle East, they'll say these European savages were killing each other. They had men dress as women, these filthy, disgusting heathens. So we came and Islam glorified Europe and turned it into a glorious Muslim nation where these disgusting degenerates were no longer men, were no longer women were no longer men, and they all became, the way the God Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala intended it. And they will probably reference even Sodom and Gomorrah somewhere in there as well, because Sodom and Gomorrah was the same. That's why God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, because of homosexuality. So I'm telling you, this will be the history that will be written if Muslims take over. You think we're laughing now? I hope this video it lasts 100 years from now. People will be able to see it. Wow, look at these foolish Europeans laughing. That, like, as if such. That's what they'll do.
I think the ones making the most money, like the leaders, what is purported, our political leaders and stuff. Of course, they get kickbacks and stuff. But the people really making the money, look at the biggest money maker in the world, and it's human trafficking, child trafficking. So if you want to see where the most money is, look at the trillionaires, and that's the banksters. And on that note, Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar, yes. I love it. I
You
love the
love
way you
it.
say it. I love the way you say it. It's just, it's so, I can't even like
take it
imitate
all.
it.
I take it all the way to the back of the throat and feel like I want to yawn
Yeah,
afterwards. But yeah, it's funny, isn't it?
It's just so unique. It's the most unique way of anyone ever says. It's got like a. Were you born in the? Are you northern? Do you have like a? What your accent is? To me, it sounds slightly northern. Is that? Am I wrong? Is that
Voice
not?
card. Voice card.
Voice card.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm from Zimbabwe, but the voice card has it sound otherwise.
Oh, you actually have a voice changer on your sound card.
Me, yeah.
Oh,
Voice card.
maybe that's why. Because
Just like nose.
it just sounds slightly. Well, no, that's Nose's actual sound. He doesn't have a sound card. His accent, his sound is exactly as it is when I hear him on the street. I don't think he has a. Does he? He actually alters his sound when he's on the internet. I didn't realize. He sounds the same to me. Anyway, but your accent has a slight northern twang, but but the way you say Allahu Akbar, it's just it's the most unique way. I've never heard anyone kind of say it that way. Because I know a lot of like converts, they try to sound more Arabic, so they try to have the more Arabic pronunciation to it.
What's the more Arabic pronunciation? Because I thought I had it right.
It's not really Arab. I mean, it's just they try to like sound more Arab about it. Like they don't want to say in an English sort of Allahu Akbar. I don't know. It's like Akbar, and you know what I mean. It's the way that they write.
Allah.
Allahu
So
Akbar.
is it more Allah than Allah?
Yeah, I think it is. But to be honest with you, as I said, if you listen to Arabs, the way they say it, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or something like that. Because I've got an Iranian accent, so I actually say these Arabic words in an Iranian way as well. Because Iranians, they pronounce all of these Arabic stuff, mashallah and Allahu Akbar and all that. We actually have a distinct Iranian way of saying it, with a distinct Iranian accent. Alhamdulillah. You see, Arabs will say Alhamdulillah. Iranians will say Alhamdulillah. there's an Iranian thing to it. It's got an Iranian sort of attachment. So yeah. If you listen to, I mean, I know Big Nose is clearly not Iranian, but if you actually listen to Big Nose, you will hear the Iranian pronunciation of these Arab words. You won't hear, most of the time he doesn't say it the Arabic way. He says it the Iranian way. La ilaha illallah. And if you actually listen to Iranian mullahs, because I listen to a bunch of them. In fact, I had a bunch of Iranian mullahs talking about, someone send it to shit, I gotta do a whole show about that. This Iranian mullah talks about sexual relationship in an open like masjid. He's talking to the congregation, and he's talking about how a man and how a woman, they should have sex at least twice a week, and 2 or 3 times a week, and how the wife should dress with sometimes with a dress with a slit in the leg area, so that she can show her bare leg to him and entice him and get him excited about having sex.
God.
I'm not joking.
Micromanaging the sex life.
It's the most cringiest thing ever, and I swear everyone in the audience is like embarrassed as hell. Some women are just like looking down and rubbing their eyes, and it's like everybody's desperately embarrassed, and he's just going for it. He's just having this intimate conversation about how your wife should entice you sexually, and get the husband to want to have sex with them, and it's all in Iranian. So I have to actually watch it and then translate it into English. But I've saved it somewhere. I think it was YouTube. It's because my girlfriend actually showed it to me, because they have these sermons, these khutbas, Friday khutbas. Essentially, it's like the Sunday sermon with the preacher, but it's not just about Allah and Quran and stuff. Sometimes they go deep into marital relations, and all of that shit. And they do it in Arabic, I know, but this one was Iranian. It's an Iranian one. It's unbelievably embarrassing. unbelievably embarrassing. That I mean, he's talking to like, it looks like a best part of like 500 people. It's not like one or two people that he's sitting privately with. It's a massive crowd of people, and he's like, yes, you should, women, you should wear slit dresses with like a slit on the side, and show your legs and show your thighs, and then he goes into other really creepy details about sexually enticing your husband, and your husband should be sexually enticed by you, and at least twice, 2-3 times, is it twice a week or 3 times a week to have sex? I'm like, really? Only twice, 2-3 times a week you guys have sex? Holy shit. I guess that's marriage for you. People get married not to have sex.
Especially when someone else is dictating how it's to be conducted.
Oh my God. Oh yeah. Islam is like that though. Islam. They have entire sermons. I've heard entire Friday sermons about how to get in and out of the toilet. How to get in and out of the toilet. How toilets are constructed is dictated by Islam. In Iran and Muslim countries, no toilet faces the Mecca directly. You can't have a toilet built that faces Mecca. It has to face away from Mecca. So buildings and toilets are designed to make sure that it doesn't face Mecca. And you have to enter in with, I think, your right foot and exit with your left foot.
Oh, it's just so full of superstitions, isn't it?
It's unbelievable.
Superstitious nonsense.
Oh, you don't get me started. Don't get me started. This will be another 5-hour podcast if I do another 5-hour stream. If I
it's 20 to 3. 20 to 3, Banksy.
Oh my God. What am I looking at here? Am I even? Yeah, no, it's okay.
I'm only still up because I'm fasting. When you get past your first 24 hours when you're fasting, all of the energy kicks in. So I'm like 2.5, coming up to 3 days into a fast.
Oh, are you? Oh my God, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Do you do this like on a regular basis for health reasons, or do you do it for anything else?
Well, I used to, but I haven't done it for a long while, and my health has took a bit of a hit over the past 9 to 12 months because of the support that I was doing in a certain channel. But now that I've got my time to myself, I'm healing myself, repairing, and so the other day, something happened, and I couldn't eat, I couldn't stomach anything, and I've capitalized on that. So far, I'm about 3 days in, almost 3 days into a fast.
Interesting.
So I'll just keep going, because the longer you go, I won't go any further past 7 days. I'm not feeling hungry. I have fasted
literally
snacks
eat
that
nothing.
don't. Oh no! I can have fasted snacks. Snacks that won't knock me out of a fasted state. So snacks that won't spike the blood sugar. And I have them rarely. And I'm having plenty of water. I have coffee. I don't.
Coffee with milk or without milk?
With extra thick double cream.
Okay, so that's okay. So that's kind of that's food.
The cream, the fat. But the thing is, the fat is nutritious. It satiates you, and it stabilizes your blood sugar. Whether you're using extra thick double cream or MCT oil, something like that, it stabilizes the blood sugar. I can have the odd square of 100% absolute dark chocolate because there's very little sugar in it, but it's full of magnesium, and that satiates you, and it's good for you. It's good for the growth hormones that are trying to develop as well. I can have one boiled egg every hour, won't knock you out of a fasted state. If you had 2, you'd have too many calories there, and it would bring you out of a fasted state. So it's about spacing out your snacks. When you get a bit peckish, reach for something like that that's healthy, that's going to satiate you. It's like egg is pure protein.
How about vegetables? Can you have lettuce, cucumbers, celery, any of those things?
I wouldn't, because all plant food is carbohydrate. The body turns carbohydrate into sugar. Well, if you're consuming something like that, it'll take you out the fasted state, because it'll raise your blood sugar levels.
So even things like lettuce and cucumber, which are very watery. vegetables.
Yeah, and they're a cruciferous veg. I mean, you possibly could get away with a little snack, but I dare say that when you put something like that in your mouth, you're going to want more. Whereas if you have a boiled egg, for example, a soft boiled egg, that's going to satiate you more, and it's going to last you a lot longer because it's an animal protein. It's a lot more difficult for the body to break it down. It takes longer, so it stays running through your system, so it keeps your system happy. And from the microbiome, basically in your gut, it prevents them from signaling to your brain, I need this, I need that, all the rubbish that you want to eat out.
How about meat?
If you're giving your body what it needs.
How about meat?
Yeah,
How
you
about
could have
like
a little
piece of
bit of meat.
steak or a piece of chicken?
I mean, a very small piece, yeah.
I'm with you. So it has to be within, just like you said, if you have 2 eggs, it'll bring you out of the fasted state. So you have to basically have enough to keep you below the fasted state level.
Yeah, below that sugar.
Below,
take you out. Because you want to keep yourself in that state of autophagy and whatnot that you'll be in because it's all about healing. Whether you're just cleaning your system out, detoxing, or you've got serious issues to heal, it's going to benefit you. So if you want to keep that state of healing that you're aiming for, then you don't want to spike your blood sugar levels, but you want to keep yourself from feeling too unhappy about fasting when you get those pangs, those urges, cravings.
Interesting. Yeah, no, that's amazing because for me, I used to do it. I haven't done it in ages. I should do 1 day on, 1 day off. I would just have 1 day completely I'd have one meal, which wasn't, I think that one meal in the evening would have taken me out of the fasted state because it would be like a salad, like a Caesar salad, let's just say that, the chicken, croutons, lettuce and stuff, but it would have all of that, which would be, it wouldn't be just a little salad, it would be a pretty big salad because it would be the only thing I'll be eating that day. But the funny thing is that because me and my brother, we watched this documentary and they were talking about fasting and its benefits, and they found that whether you fast 4 days on and 5 days off, that sort of pattern, or if you do intermittent, like 1 day on, 1 day off, you get the benefits either way. So you don't have to actually fast for 4 days to get the same benefits as if you just fast for 1 day and then eat the next day. But as long as you do it consistently, you still get the benefits, because what they found as far as weight loss was concerned, this was all to do with weight loss, is that when you do the 1 day of not eating and the next day you can eat whatever you want, I'm talking like you can gorge on a bucket of chicken, KFC, or go and have Burger King or McDonald's, whatever the hell you want the next day. But the day after, you have to fast again. But what they found is after a while, even though at the beginning people are like, oh, the next day I'm just going to have a massive burger or chips or whatever. Over time, people didn't actually eat that much. They didn't gorge themselves the next day. They just got used to the pattern. And they just ate pretty much normal on the days that they were allowed to eat anything they wanted. They just ate 1 or 2 meals a day or 2 or 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, dinner. And that was it. They didn't go to this crazy extremes, and that with the day of fasting helped increase their weight loss. And so they were sufficiently in a calorie deficient environment, or at the rate with the days of fasting and the days of eating, that they lost weight. So it would still give you the benefits, even though technically the next day you can eat anything you want. Most people just don't. Fasting is good.
I think when it comes to your eating window, if you make that as healthy as possible, then it will benefit you all the more with that fasting lifestyle. And when it comes to fasting itself, sometimes Dr. Mindy Peltz, she found that, and other doctors have found that varying your fasts, the durations of your fasts, helps as well, because if your body gets used to, or it knows what's coming, it's not going to experience that stress. If you think of a tomato plant, right, you've got to stress a tomato plant so that the growth hormones will kick in for it to build up its defense mechanism against pests and say against blight and stuff like that, so it'll grow really strong, you'll get a good yield. Same with human beings, same with any creature. Okay, if we stress ourselves a little, not too far. You don't want the cortisol levels going up because that's going to defeat the object. But if you stress your system a little bit, it's going to push itself that bit further. It's going to work a bit more. And so it's going to go into that emergency repair healing process. It's really going to be super protective of itself. So if you change it from giving it what it's been expecting, 1 day on, 1 day off, 1 day on, 1 day off, and then all of a sudden you go, boom, I'm going to eat for the whole week. And then you go, boom, I'm going to fast for 3 days. And then you go 1 day on, 1 day off. And you keep going like that, shushing it up now and again. And you don't have to do prolonged fasts that often. But I think it makes it all the more possible when you're doing a predominantly protein diet.
With you. Actually, I think that's what one generation is saying. Like keto is the only thing that works for him. But I think that's essentially you are in a fasted state, because if you only eat meat or protein and you eat a small amount for a stretch of time, you just like the lieutenant said, you put yourself in a fasted state. As long as you don't gorge yourself on meat, then you are in a sense in a fast, even if you're on the keto.
And that's because I mean, always remember, if you're going to fast, coming out of the fasted state slowly and gradually reintroduce food to your body. Don't just gorge, because you'll make yourself ill. So slowly reintroduce it, small amounts every half an hour, build it up until you're satiated, and then go back into your normal meal sizes or whatever. But with regards to eating meat, even just like living the carnivore diet, which is amazing, by the way, your body will still create blood sugars, even though you're only eating protein and it's fat, and say electrolytes, which is your minerals, and you're drinking water or whatever, right? If you're being super clean about it, your body will still produce those blood sugars. So you'll still come out of a fasted state, even if you're just eating carnivore.
Interesting. So you could still be just eating meat, but still end up coming out of that fasted state. It's just all about the sugar levels, right? Just the sugar level spiking.
That's right. Yeah.
Interesting.
All about blood sugar levels.
I'm gonna have to,
and everyone's different on their blood sugar levels because of their diet and their lifestyle and stuff like that. So yeah, it's worth looking into more in detail. I'm not that well versed on like the blood sugar levels. I just know what to look out for in the signs in me, and the quantities that work for me, that keep me in a fasted state, going off the results that I've had when I've fasted, and I've had the odd fasted snack. Like you could have half an avocado because it's predominantly fat. There's not enough carbohydrate in it for it to spike your blood sugar. You could have a slice of butter.
Okay.
Which is nice, actually. You can get into butter because your body burns butter off. It doesn't store it. Animal fat, like when you consume fat, your body burns it as energy. When you consume sugar and carbohydrates, your body turns it all into sugar and turns it into fat and stores it. And when you've got too much of that going in, it starts storing on the inside of the internal organs where it's not designed to store fat. And that's where you get your insulin resistance problems, which, fatty liver, fatty pancreas, all of that, and leads to the most horrendous health problems and the obesity crisis and all the rest of it.
Yeah, it's sugar. My greatest demon is sugar. I love it, and it's the worst thing for me. All poison. Right, it is. But it's such delicious poison.
I know.
Delicious poison.
Tell me about it. I've got some dark chocolate there, and I'm like, no, it's too late. I've got to wind down. I'm so hyped because I'm fasting.
My God, I got to actually get up at 8. Even though it's the weekend.
Witching hour.
Yeah, we're at the long weekend as well, so should be a little bit better. But even though I've got work on Monday, but anyway, that's a long story. But yeah, it's been a pleasure, my dear, as always. Let's try to I don't know, maybe we can schedule another stream. I think tomorrow I'm going to try and get out into the wilderness. Today there was a protest which CP reports covered, but I didn't go. The problem is these protests start while I'm at work, so I can't just, track up to London whenever I want. But yeah, tomorrow I'll be out and about, ladies and gentlemen. So if you catch me, you catch me. Otherwise, thank you, Lieutenant. Have a wonderful. Oh, Lieutenant, did you tell everyone about
Yes.
your channel? Just post your link for any of the guys that are right now there.
I just shut my notepad. Where's it gone?
No, let me see if I
I
can find
did
it.
it earlier, but let me do it again. I've got it.
Yeah, guys, Lieutenant produces some
That
epic
timeout.
AI generated music. She's getting her AI green fingers very well done. So yeah, she's good at what she does.
I extended a couple of songs today into club versions. So like City has now become 7 minutes and 3 seconds long or something, but it's like
7
amazing,
minutes.
honestly.
Damn. That's some
Imagine
major
that.
Ibiza sound.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
I'll
yeah,
be
go
adding
to.
them to the playlist.
There you go. Grab the link, guys. Go to Lieutenant's channel, and yeah, you can. I mean, I'll be honest. I use it today. I mostly listen to it in like background because I was working, so I couldn't really. That's why if you notice, I said hi and spoke to you a little bit, and then suddenly I just went silent because I was busy.
Yeah.
I couldn't reply to anything. So I just
That's all right.
I was on the phone and I was, but I was just listening. I just had it in the background. It's just background music now. It's like really good working background music. So if you guys are like writing reports, if you're university and stuff, or if you're doing work and you need something in the background, Lieutenant's channel is just perfect for that. She just plays like 20 hours of just background music. And you can just
It's still going now. Actually, it's 19 hours it's been on now.
Bloody hell. So yeah, it's actually in that sense for me it's excellent. It's really useful because I just don't need to worry about keep playing. Because sometimes I either put on a playlist of music, which then keeps me for several hours, or I have to like set up some kind of playlist on YouTube if I want some new songs or whatever, and I have to keep attending to it. You know what I mean? From time to time, I just have to. Oh, this is finished now, so I got to like set a new playlist. But with yours, I just don't have to do anything. I just sort of you take care of you. Essentially, you're like my local DJ, and I just sort of just have you on. Yeah, kind of like a radio, kind of like radio station. I put it on and I just listen to the music, and most of it is ambient, kind of lyricless music. Although you have lyrics as well, but some of them are just ambient music, so I don't have to worry about. Because sometimes music with lyrics puts me off. I can't if I'm coding or if I'm writing something. It slightly puts me off. That's why I prefer classical music or music without lyrics, instrumentals. But yours, you've got a bit mixed bag there. So you play a bunch of lyric stuff, bunch of just instrumentals. Anyway, I'm going on too much. Sorry. These were the things that I was thinking all day when I was listening to your stuff. But go there, anyone and everyone, and check it out. Lieutenant does some good work. I think that channel is going to blow up, actually, to be honest, because I think people will because there's loads of channels where people just listen to music, and it's just a music channel. I don't know. Have you ever seen them? Have you ever seen it? They usually have like a cartoon of a little girl writing something with a pen.
There's a couple that I'm subscribed to, like for classical music and for jazz music. I love some jazz music, which covers many different moods as well. So there's some fabulous channels out there. I'd love mine to become enjoyable for many people. I've had loads of good feedback. One of my most adamant arch enemies of YouTube has done a full 180 and is now my biggest fan.
There you go.
I can't believe it. Like, I've had arguments. I've been called all the isms and ists, and now they love me so much so that even when they go out, they leave me on so that I get the watch hours. They're helping me build up the watch hours.
Well, because the thing is, like in politics or religion, I could fall out with a bunch of people in politics and religion, but music or sports or other things, then people just forget about all that, and they're just like, oh, okay, she's just done some great music, and they'll just listen to the music. They just take it for that. It's the relationship I have with a lot of my Muslim friends. I mean, I've got a bunch of Muslim friends, as you can imagine, being from the Middle East. I've got a a Palestinian friend of mine who is right now in Kuwait, and he's like my brother. He's like my third brother. Oh, well, actually, should I say second? No, third brother. I've got two brothers, and he's kind of like my third. We've known each other for 25 years. I love him to death, but he knows my opinions on Israeli-Palestine situation right now. He knows which sides I go on. He isn't. We have no delusions or hidden sort of stuff between us, and he totally disagrees, of course. But we're still friends. Yeah. We're still brothers in arms because we have so much other things in common. We just don't have to sit down and discuss Israel and Palestine. That's it. We just, as long as we don't talk about that, we're good.
It's the main thing, though. Like, everyone should be allowing each other the freedom to have their own opinion. Anything else, it's like thought control. If we don't want tyranny, then we have to stop being tyrants, don't we? So
now, admittedly, I will say this. As much as I do support Israel's campaign right now, in the current situation because of October 7th, I haven't always supported Israel in all their campaigns. Israel does its own nefarious shit in order to meet its own interests. So Israel isn't cut clean. And I've never been an unequivocal, uncritical supporter of Israel. I am critical of Israel where Israel has warranted its criticism and it's deserved it. But right now, after what the shit the Palestinians pulled in October 7th, it's not easy for people to really sort of point to Israel and go, oh, now you're doing this. No. These people, these Hamas assholes, they did this. They started this shit. This is what is known as F around and find out. If Israel doesn't give them the find out part, they will try this again. I mean, they've already said they're going to do it. They want to do it again. The leaders have said they want to do this 100 times. But the find out part has to be so devastating that they will remember this for 100 years and they will never try to pull off that kind of shit again. That's why it has to be the way it is. It's horrible, it's cruel, and I my heart really breaks for, you have no idea the number of times I've seen on X, especially in other places, fathers dragging their 2-year-old daughter out of rubble, just the dead girl in his arms, 2-year-old babies, 3-year-olds, 5-year-olds. I couldn't watch it anymore. I was like, I'm done. I can't see this shit. This is just it's affecting me. Like, my mind and my conscience is horrible. It's horrible. Nobody wants that. Yeah. But it's the way it is. They shouldn't have started this shit. They should have thought about it. When they were screaming Allahu Akbar and praising Allah, when they were lobbing rockets over to Israel and kidnapping their children from the kibbutzes and from the party, from the festival. This is where it led to. This is the consequences of that day. You can't just sort of suddenly now complain about when you were happy that day. Well, then now you have to face up to that. Your joyful glees of kidnapping children from festivals and killing grandmothers in their houses. Well, if you were gleeful of that, now this is the comeuppance. Unfortunately, that's the way of the world. If you guys don't want to have that shit. If you don't want this hell to befell your society, don't pull shit like that off. Just don't do it. Why would you? See, what drives me mad is that if these idiots lived with the Israelis, got along with the Israelis, they would live in absolute paradise. Their society would be unbelievably wealthy and stable, because the Jews are smart. They are clever people. Their reading and writing is in it's in the fabric of their culture and society. Education is massive in the Jewish communities, and they would teach you. They would take your children and put them in class. Why wouldn't you want your children to sit next to a Jew and learn from a Jewish child to mathematics and programming, reading and writing, history? Why wouldn't you want the Jews are clever kids? I would put my brother puts his kid and pays thousands, tens of thousands of pounds a year to put his kid in a private, highly what's it called, high level, this rich people's schools, not just because he knows elite, that's it, elite schools. Not just because he knows that and the teachers are good and he's going to get a good education, is because he wants him to be friends. He wants his friends, my nephew's friends, to be these elite kids, because these elite kids will open doors for him in the future. Because his best school friend is going to be some dude whose father is a CEO of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. That's why he wants his kid to be in that environment. Why wouldn't the Palestinians want their kids to be sitting and learning with the Jewish kids? These kids are smart. The society is smart. You benefit. It's the dumbest shit. It frustrates the crap out of me. They do the stupidest things, completely antithetical to human survival and reproduction. To survive, they literally override their own survival instincts in order to adhere to their religious bullshit and their religious ideals. It's against their own benefit. It's against themselves. Yeah. But they'll do it anyway because they're stupid zealots. They're just ridiculous. Anyway, I don't want to this is 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm going to get on another frigging soapbox and start another 4 hours of running my mouth about that shit. Dear God.
I'll have you fasting in no time. You'll be fine.
I swear to God. I swear to God. Where is the? See, now we've got like people like Lo Wang have showed up, and now he's typing and he's saying, "You see, you're gonna get me started again. You're gonna see there's."
Lo Wang hates me as well.
Urban roots. No, I mean Lo Wang is a troll, and he's got some funny moments. So he throws out some very funny comments from time to time. I don't really care. To be honest with you, people who never get on camera or get on panels or never talk, to me they're just background noise. Whether they like me or they hate me, they're mostly background noise. I don't really pay that much mind. I mean, people like CCD, and admittedly, Fun with Dirts, he does come on panels from time to time. He's been on my panels, and I try to go on his when he's running a stream. CCD, I talk to CCD a lot. He's a great fan. He's a great guy. I talk to him a lot on Insta. So I kind of know a few of the guys who never really jump on panels from other social media platforms. But a lot of the haters, most of them, they're just background noise. They're just like that. What do they call it? That noise.
Cowards, keyboard warriors.
Well, no, the noise that the TVs used to make when there was no channel.
Oh, white noise.
White noise.
White noise.
That's it. That shit. So yeah, I don't care. Lo Wang, he does his thing. I think I've got Muslims. I'm sure I've got Muslims during the day, especially when I'm on Speaker's Corner. There's definitely Muslims in my live. I know, like, I guess you wouldn't really maybe know him, but there's a Turkish guy called Khan. Most of these people are from Veli's channel, so you wouldn't really know them. They're all in my chat, and I'm like, why are you in my? You hate me. You know you call me an Islamophobe. You know I despise the religion. Why are you here? Essentially, you're giving me support. It's like, why are you supporting?
Have you quoted the big nose that it's not actually Islamophobia, that it is Islamo-traumatization?
Oh, that we don't like Islam, the Iranians. Yeah. Actually, that's a good idea. I should quote that. Actually, Islamo-traumatization. We're Islamo-PTSD.
Yeah. You're Islamo-traumatized, and you need to be de-charlatanized, de-shahaded. De-charlatanization. Roll up.
Yes.
Come and get your de-charlatanization. Yeah.
I actually got to read. Let me read this one. This is what I mean about Lo Wang and his little digs. He says Hafez is such a G. You see, the clever thing about Lo Wang is that he is smart enough to know how to bring you in. It's the good trolling. This is what I call the good trolling. Opens with a compliment. Hafez is such a G. That means gangster. It's Friday night and he goes to Club 80s. Right? You see, that's a little jab. So then he brings you in, draws you in with he's such a G, and then bam, gives you the little jab. Club 80s. Was it Nostalgia Night? There you go. Takes home 2 upper 40s hotties. Wakes up at 3 a.m. Nostalgia. What?
Nostalgia.
Nostalgia time. I don't know what that is. After partying all night to make a live stream. You see, that is a classic good level of troll. Because if a person doesn't know he's being trolled, he's like, oh, is he a fan? He calls me a G. I'm a top G. That's a fan thing. But everything else in that is actually a put down. None of that is actually good.
and he's shooting himself in the foot because he's up at 3 a.m. with you.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can say that Lo Wang has probably gone to some 90s, cover band club, and now he's home with a couple of over 45, 50 ladies where he's going to get down and get dirty and get sticky.
Lo Wang's big on Soho.
Yes. This man will be up at 6 a.m. working on a Saturday. Men like this live into their 90s, like huge Henfer. Oh, Hugh Hefner. Hugh Hefner. God, huge. You see, this is why I'm tired. I can't really see the bloody screen. I'm reading things all over the place.
It's 10 past 3.
Time to bed. Time to go to bed.
I'm gonna have to shut down my stream as well. Get it all shut down. Go to bed and do it all again.
I mean, can't you just loop it and just leave it on? YouTube won't turn it off.
Well, I probably could, but I don't like the idea of anything and everything being left on while I go to bed. So I'd rather just switch it down, switch it all off, shut it down, and just do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's all right. I'm still getting the watch hours. Like, I'm surprised me viewers. It is slow creeping up, and I'm getting them. Like, I released a short today, and me shorts are just like roughly 1 minute teasers of me actual songs. And I got 120 odd hits, which might sound nothing to some people, but compared to all the rest of them, that's massive.
There you go.
So it is.
Yeah, no, it'll come.
But I'm going to remember what you said about Portrait View. I'm going to remember what you said about Portrait.
Yeah, this is what. If you notice, this is what I'm doing right now. I'm planning on doing a series of at-home portrait like this, but I got to do it more regular. I want to do like 2 or 3 a week at least, if not, I mean, admittedly 4-hour shows is a bit heavy. I think I'll do maybe 1 hour. If I can do 1 hour shows daily, like Monday to Friday, it won't be too long, but it will be enough to keep the algorithm on my side. Because right now, YouTube really promotes these. They're trying to outdo essentially TikTok. And they are really on it to promote these sort of vertical mobile streams. And also you get better traction as well because people are scrolling with this one. You see, with the regular YouTube video, when they open your video, they're kind of locked in. They can't scroll up and down. They can't just scroll accidentally past it or scroll onto it. Whilst when it's like this, if they're watching live streams and they're just scrolling from one live stream to the next, they'll just come accidentally across your video, just on the fact that you're live and you're running. And so sometimes they'll stay, sometimes they'll
and that will get me
John Dunning, sorry, hello, greetings, John. You see, like John, I don't even know who John is. John may have just scrolled by and he's just like, let's see, these guys are chatting shit. Let's see what's happening, what's going on here. And I love you, John, but unfortunately, John, it's 3 a.m.
I've seen Urban Roots people.
Sorry?
Yeah. I've seen Urban Roots people.
Oh, yeah. Urban Roots are regular. Most of these people are regulars, but I think John may be a random, just stopping by, because I've never seen John before. But no, CCD, Urban Roots, Lo Wang, almost everyone that's been in this chat so far tonight is a regular. One Generation Media. I mean, it's I haven't had many totally random people tonight. What was this? Oh, Lo Wang is throwing another jab. Is he throwing another jab? Let's read it. No, really, Hafez, you are a legend with a good sense of humor. We love your live streams.
You know something.
I know. That's what I mean. It's like I am extremely skeptical of that compliment. That compliment screams irony and sort of sarcasm. It's like, no, we really do love you, Hafez, you sack of shit, you Islamophobe piece of dog turd. I would. You see, Lo Wang calls himself Lo Wang to pretend to be Oriental, but he's actually a Pakistani man, and he is just sharpening his scimitar for the next time he comes across me. I will behead you. You no, actually no. If he's Pakistani, it'd be a lot more like, I will behead you. You bloody bastard. You bloody kick my dog. I have to get the accents right. If it was Middle Eastern, then it would be, yes, I will cut your throat, you.
For Allah.
For Allah. you kelp, you dog. You
Allah.
donkey. What was the?
Say it hard and be done with it.
You khanzir. I will cut your throat, you khanzir. This is what Uncle Omar calls me at the park. It means pig.
Oh gosh, he's horrible. What a creature.
Oh, he's a horrific individual. He's been like shunned by so many, like even Street Mike, who used to, he's actually on good terms with almost everyone. Street Mike is a very neutral kind of individual. He doesn't want to take too many sides, although he's getting a lot of flack now because he's very much on the Tommy side of things, and he works in conjunction with Urban Scoop and stuff like that. But generally, he tries to remain friendly to everyone. And Uncle Omar managed to even piss off Street Mike. He even managed to get on his wrong side, rub him the wrong way as well. It's like, holy shit. That's why Street Mike doesn't talk to him. Wendell doesn't talk to him anymore. He kind of just doesn't bother with him because he is just a pure essence of asshole. Like the purest, like if you've concentrated asshole in like a jar, it would be Uncle Omar. He's the purest essence of an asshole. Anyway, Lieutenant, thank you, my dear. I love you. I'm going to play the outro. We're going to get it out of the way.
All right. Thanks for having me. Good night and God bless.
As always, it's a pleasure. Bye-bye. Okay, guys and girls, it's just me. We're going to end this bad boy. Final thoughts. I don't really have any because my brain is melted into my rectum now. It's so late and I'm sleep deprived. So we're just going to say peace out. Love each other. And keep each other. If you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. I do try to go regularly on. I know you from CT. John Dunning knows me from CT. Big up, John. Thank you, CT. Great guy. I got the key. Big up, I got the key. I'm sorry I'm ending the show now, but thank you everyone for coming. You've all been awesome. You've been you. I've been me. Have a wonderful night. I'm going to out this bad boy. Peace.
Your weatherman, and have we got news for you? Let's get ready, all you lonely girls, and leave those umbrellas at home. Humidity is rising, barometer's getting low. How low, girl? According to all sources. What sources now? The street's the place to go. Better hurry up, 'cause tonight for the first time